Green screen. Hello, hello, hello. One and all. There it is. We have a special challenge tonight. Oh, it's gonna get spicy. I hope. Tap the like. Please, please, please tap that like button. Tap the screen. We need more viewers. We got challenges. I'm ready to accept any god into my life. And I have $1 trillion to pay out. So, more likes can attract viewers. Keep it up. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yes, we're going to have an extra spicy chat tonight. I need your help. Tap that like screen. We're going to bring more people in. We're going to give away $1 trillion coin tonight. If someone can prove to me God exists, oh, it's going to be glorious. Glorious, glorious, hallelujah. Hello, everyone. Welcome, welcome to the chat. We have a timer. We're going to be on a timer tonight. So if you have proof, then you have a few minutes. And if the conversation is good, we might stretch it out a little bit. Yes, you see what was the inspiration? Yes, there's a trend on TikTok right now, and we're being trendy. Tonight we're being trendy on TikTok tonight. So, I hope one of you can prove to me without a shadow of a doubt that God exists. We're being trendy tonight. Hi, Chelsea.
I can prove it. I get the $1 trillion, right?
You might. You just might.
I have photos. I have photos of Lisa.
I have $1 trillion coin, so no one need worry. We have what it takes.
So Brian is super trendy.
Jacob is here. Jacob might be our first victim. I mean, opportunity to learn. Does God exist? Is the God real?
Someone just said you can't handle the
You
truth.
can't handle the truth. Hey, Jacob. So,
$1 trillion. I see you have a coin and everything.
yes, it is $1 trillion coin. Here's your opportunity.
My argument will be the best argument you will hear all night.
Yeah? What is your argument?
The Flying Spaghetti Monster said he'd like to match your offer. So now that's $2 trillion.
I mean, he might exist, so when you can't really prove he doesn't exist, and you can't really prove he does exist, so you're stuck in a limbo here. That means life is pointless. Life is pointless if God doesn't exist. You're just here to live life, and there's no point even in legacy. People are here to live life, even though pigs still feel pain and everything. Just live in a world of pain and everything, and you're only here to live for pain.
Is this a proof? I need a proof, Jacob. You have an opportunity to share with us the proof.
Okay, I have some proof.
Don't worry, your timer's going.
One time, my phone fell into a little puddle here. Can you guess? Did it break or not? No, it didn't. How can a phone not break if it's in a puddle? It can't unless God didn't want it to break. So yeah, proof. Yeah. Now, anyways, guys, I'm gonna hop off. My argument's the best here. There's no way you're going to hear a better argument than anybody else in this entire life. There's no way. I bet
Ramen,
my house, my
leaf,
dog, my
leaf be
$1
upon you.
billion, $1 billion. I bet there's not a better argument. Now, anyways, bye.
Excellent. I'm just getting my recording program going, trying to anyway.
You dare block our noodly lord.
Where else would you put me?
Yeah.
Yeah. There.
Ah! You can block
Okay.
Jesus.
All right, stand by, everyone. I'm trying to get OBS working, but for some reason I can't get it to like capture the right screen.
Someone said show the $1 trillion. Show them your coin.
There's a $1 trillion coin right here. You have to have faith that it's worth $1 trillion. This is a faith-based argument. You have to have faith that this coin is worth $1 trillion. Come on, I need you to like do the thing.
Yes, people, you can absolutely join. You have to have 1,000 followers to join. It is not our rule; it's TikTok's rule. Taps get us more views and more likes to get more people into the conversation. So, tap that screen. And true believers know that leaf be upon them. Yeah, he's just getting his recording.
Yeah, I'm trying to get OBS to record my... There. Okay, I think we got it. Okay, yes.
The Flying Spaghetti Monster says he would like to prove himself.
Forget it. Okay, can't get it to work. We'll deal with that later. All right, we've got some guests. Let's go. Let's get this show on the road. $1 trillion.
Hi.
All right. Hello, welcome. How do you fare tonight?
Well, so yeah, what's up? How you doing?
You've got 5 minutes. Your timer has started.
No.
4 minutes and 54 seconds. Go.
Well, I received Jesus when I was 13 years old. Now I'm 20, and there's a lot of proof. I mean, there's a lot of evidence that God exists. A lot of evidence. It's just up to us.
Can you give us any?
What's your best? What's your best evidence?
Let's say the one world government. The one world government.
What? There's no one world government.
Well, I don't know if you informed yourself right now.
There's the government of France, the government of Germany, government of United States, government of Israel. There's lots of governments, but there's no one world government. So how does that prove a God?
Is getting to a one world government. You should go.
We're not even close. I mean, to be fair, Russia is currently at war with another government right now, saying that they own that government, which is false.
Well, how you call that? There's a lot of information, evidence that the one world government, is about quickly to get into place in this world. For that,
so let's start with the basics. How do you define God? Define God and prove they exist. Go.
Define God.
Define your God. Go.
Jesus, you know, the one that died on the cross.
Yeah, he's behind your head right now. We know
him. Jesus, the one that died on the cross for our sins.
Yeah, he's the guy in spades behind you.
Try again next time. Good luck. You can come back. Okay, I got bored. You got a few minutes. Let's go. Hello. What's your proof?
On? How you guys doing?
$1 trillion on the line. You can do it. $1 trillion coin.
I'm trying to think what could be a good one. Oh,
Yeah?
Give him a second. Give him a second. It says Warzone. I think specialty.
Magic. Does anyone else hear a clicking or ticking?
Yeah, it's me, Goober.
Oh. What are you tapping the screen?
It's a
Yeah.
secret.
I can't tap my own screen. I just changed my camera.
What do you think I'm here for? All right, 3, 2, 1. Have a nice day. You are the weakest link. Goodbye.
Come on, folks. I got $1 trillion coin. It's worth $1 trillion. You have to have faith. You have to have faith. Anyone can earn this.
I
Just
said
have to.
I said it to 3 minutes because it's gonna bug me.
Come on. Who has not been told to answer any questions? When we ask to prove your God, it's up to you, right? You have the burden of proof. You have the burden of proof. We're asking to prove your God. You can do it.
Guido says that's quite the coin. It's kind of like Bitcoin, but way more valuable.
Oh, we had a guest and then they disappeared. Come back. The guest box is open, everyone. You can do it. Now's an opportunity. You want to be rich?
Well, it might be $2 trillion if the flying spaghetti monster throws his head in. So, and he said he would match it. So, I don't know if he has a coin or if he has spaghetti magic. Oh, we lost him.
$1 trillion, folks. It's on the line tonight. Hello, welcome.
Let
Your
me see you
timer
do
has-
the rump shaker. Let me see you do the thug shaker.
Oh, we have a musical serenade tonight. This is nice.
Ouch.
Is that a guitar or like a drunk ukulele?
I think
Kids are weird.
I think it was an electric guitar that was dying.
Well, he wasn't a serious contender. I hope you're serious about this $1 trillion coin. Come on, people. You can do it. If God is real, there should be enough evidence to prove their existence.
Oh, good. The flying spaghetti monster pays in doll hairs.
Doll hairs. Hello. Welcome.
Can you hear me?
What's your
Your
best
time's
evidence?
All right, best evidence. I'm going to give you some good evidence now. And I'm going to give you your evidence, being an atheist that probably believes in science. And I'm sure that you probably believe in the accuracy of history and archaeological evidence. So the first evidence is, do you know when Roman crucifixion was invented?
No. Is that evidence of God?
I guess you would have
I'm
to
not
define
done.
God.
It's a little bit more elaborate. I'm not going to give you like a one-word answer here.
Okay.
So, Roman crucifixion was invented by the Persians. Okay, I believe it was in the 9th century. This particular passage in Psalms has been documented. Psalms 22, which says, "They pierced my hands and my feet. The assembly of the wicked have encompassed me. I am poured out like water." It's basically depicting Roman crucifixion. And it was written 660 years before Roman crucifixion was even invented. So my evidence is, if a book can depict the future in detail, wouldn't that be evidence? That something
Evidence of a
divine,
God? No. Evidence that maybe a book predicted something in the future? Yes, perhaps.
In detail?
But we have to examine the claims. Is that proof that God exists?
it's absolute proof that the Bible can be trusted in its accuracy and prophecy.
Well,
Depicting the
I'll admit
futures.
that I'll admit that some parts of the Bible are true. I think some of the pharaohs that it talks about existed. I think some of the cities that it talks about existed. But the possibility that it got a prediction right is not at all illustrative that God exists, is it? How do you get from there to here? How do you get from here to there?
Well, Jesus quoted the Psalm on the cross when he said, my God, why hast thou forsaken me?" That's the first verse of Psalms 22.
Do
But
you think
also we
that
know
all of the
Roman
stories of the Bible are
crucifixion and
true?
how it was performed.
Do you think all the stories of the Bible are true?
Was Jesus God? Did Jesus know what God intended? If Jesus is God, then the question, my God, why hast thou forsaken me, doesn't make any sense. Because Jesus is God, and God is all-knowing, and God is all Jesus, and Jesus all-knowing, and Jesus knew exactly why he was on the cross. So why would he ask, why have you forsaken me?
Because
you
he was
are
quoting the
the
Psalm.
weakest link.
He was quoting the...
Okay, better luck next time.
I got a question.
Yeah, go for it.
What level of proof would you accept? Because, and I want to make sure, don't say proof is proof, because, again, if you say that, that's just circular reasoning, and that's not an answer.
Do you think God would be able to give you the answer that would convince me, or is God not that powerful?
God is that powerful. My question is, what level of proof are you willing to accept?
I'm ready to accept it, and if God is going to give you the proof necessary to convince me, then I'm all ears.
Again, you were
$1 trillion.
As somebody who doesn't believe in God, why would you use God in your arguments for a proof argument? I'm asking you.
I'm open to being convinced. Here's your opportunity to convince me.
I'm asking you I'm asking where the goalposts are. You're not setting a goalpost.
Right,
Set
but
a
we
goalpost.
don't need goalposts.
Be definitive. No, you need to be definitive. You want to be definitive in what we and the answers we give you.
Right, but if
you
I
won't be
said that I
definitive in
needed
the
God
proof.
to come down and touch
No,
me,
I'm
right.
I'm
But if
trying
I
to be
said
fair
I
here.
needed God to come down and touch me, and you'd said, "But there's a guy, and he said that God touched him," who cares? I need definitive proof.
I would
what
say,
does it matter what proof I need for me?
But again, that would be definitive, and that's not being done. I'm asking, what is the definitive proof level that you are needed? Not, oh, well, this knows what my proof level needs to be, and therefore I don't have to give an answer. That's bullshit. Don't try that.
Okay, last opportunity. Your God is powerful enough.
For God.
Your God is powerful enough to give you the information that would be needed to convince me.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Otherwise, your God doesn't sound all that powerful, does he?
Wait. How do you know about this God? What God are you talking about? Which God are you speaking about?
Any God.
Yeah, define God and.
God. Again, you're defining God. What do you mean by God?
How have I defined God? I have not attempted to yet.
You just did. You said your God's all powerful. Yours. My question is, by whose definition?
Lisa, the rainbow giraffe.
You can try again. But your time is up.
Yeah.
I have a $1,000 coin. Do you want it?
Hello. Hi.
Trillion.
Can you hear me?
It's a $1 trillion coin. How could I be so mistaken? Yes, we can hear you. So, the floor is yours.
Yeah, I'm Russell from the Philippines.
Welcome, Russell from the Philippines. Do you believe in God?
Of course.
Would you like to attempt to win this $1 trillion coin by convincing me that your God exists? The floor is yours. Go.
I'm from the Philippines, on the other side of the earth, and you are on the other side of the earth, and now you can hear me, and still don't believe in God?
Nope.
I believe
in technology.
I believe in the scientific technology that allows us to communicate.
Okay. So who created that?
Humans.
No.
Yeah, people.
Do you have reason to believe that God created it? And please provide that evidence.
Combine all the scientists.
Did we miss that?
Just a single piece of grain, rice grain or corn grain. Invite all scientists for all the entire world. Even a single grain they can't make. Yeah, challenge them. Make a single grain of rice or corn. Just a single kernel of corn.
You can try
You mean,
again,
like, you mean
but
like grow it from the ground ourselves? I think I can do that. Can you do that? I can grow
Yeah,
stuff from the
no,
ground.
all the scientists can't do that.
how do
In
you
their
how
own
do you
hands,
prove
in their
how do you
own
prove that
resources, they
how
can
do you
do that.
prove that God exists? What's your methodology? What method do
Yeah,
you use to prove God exists?
yeah. You can hear me. You can breathe. You can see. You can feel.
That just means you're a human. Good job. Next.
It's like saying, "Hey, air exists." Guess what? God exists? I don't know.
Did you know
I
that
don't
you
get
can
it.
see air when it's really cold and you breathe out? You
Hey, man.
Hello, trillion dollars on the line. What you got?
Where should I give you my address now so you can send the
Oh,
coin?
DM me later. But first, you got to
You
win.
kicked me, so I'm assuming you lost because you didn't let me finish.
Oh no, your
That's an
time
L,
is up.
right?
Your time is up. Where
Oh,
you got a
well, I
timer
won
going.
before my time was up. Excellent. Send it now. I'll give you my address.
Right, but we still don't believe in God. You are the weakest link. Goodbye. Next.
Next. $1 trillion on the line, folks. Trillion US dollars. You
Someone
have to
said
have
Chels,
faith.
calm down. No, I'm speaking
Oh,
tonight.
oh
Sorry.
no. I am very much an atheist. I just wanted to come up here and talk some good shit.
You have 3 minutes tops. Go.
I have 3 minutes tops. Okay, cool.
Timer starts
So
now.
technology is that's human creation. Before we even understood the concept of words, we understood stick and stone go together. I can get that mammoth. I'm gonna get that motherfucker.
Go get that mammoth. Yeah? And?
And no, that's about it. Jesus Christ himself was pretty based.
I got the mammoth. I got him. I had that thing.
I
I got him.
All right, bro. Love you a long time. We got more guests. Here we go. Oh, no. Did I push the wrong button again?
I'm not feeling
No.
calm.
Checking.
Someone told me to calm down. I don't feel calm.
Chelsea, get spicy. Get like
I am like
spicy margarita
Y'all
spicy.
sticking together. Can you hear me? Can you
Yeah,
hear me?
what's on? All right, this $1 trillion coin is yours.
What happened to Chelsea? What? I don't need that $1 million coin. What else she is? She's back home.
I'm
Well,
right here. I'm right
she's
here.
right back there backing you up tonight. Yeah, y'all must be partners there. What planet did y'all come to? I mean, just curious about that. What planet?
The planet of the United States of America. Fuck yeah.
Well, that's good. That was a good one then. I mean, but for y'all get up here and talk about God, and then she debused you and everything. She almost debunked you, really. If you listen to her, she almost debunked you several times there.
I had
You
to.
didn't catch it.
I almost
But
had
y'all can sit there and talk about God all you want, but you try to. How can you possibly, a human being, can convince? It's done by faith. Is what it's done by.
Yes, I have faith that
If
this
we
is $1
had
trillion
the positive
coin.
proof that God existed, it's in the biblical. It's fixed in the Bible, the Old Testament, the New Testament. You don't go by the Old Testament.
Do you have any
You go
proof
by
for
the New
God
Testament.
outside of the
Have you read the Bible? Have you ever read the Bible? Have you ever read it?
Yes.
Have you ever? Was y'all ever Christians at one time, or?
Nope.
And what? You never was Christians? I mean,
All right,
seriously.
here you have 1 minute. You have 1 minute to prove your God exists. Please prove God exists.
Only thing I can give you, to me personally, no disrespect to you or Chelsea either one, is my faith. Nothing's going to change that. It's just I believe with my faith, and that's where I'm gonna go. I stay. I mean, I was born.
Amen, brother. Amen.
Ramen.
Doing good so far.
Yo,
I haven't lost the coin yet. All right, here's your coin. It's $1 trillion coin.
Wait. Just before I start, okay? The idea that you believe a coin is worth 1 trillion is enough evidence to me that says you're unsure if God exists or not. Because if you are sure of that God exists, you'd be down to give $1 trillion. That's just one point I'd like to point out.
All right. Besides that, how are you going to prove God exists? What's your best evidence?
No, would you say you're a logical person?
Yes.
Okay. would you say, because you said you believe in technology, would you say that you're someone that believes in the empowerment and development of the human mind and civilization?
I don't believe in the development of the human mind. I believe the human mind came into existence and grew through natural processes, but that doesn't prove a creator, or does
Right,
it?
but I
How
know,
do you prove it does?
that wasn't my question. My question was simply, do you believe that humans should always seek to evolve?
Yes.
In the sense, not mind, but even in the reality realm.
I plead the fifth. How do you prove God exists?
Okay,
I
so
think humans should continue to evolve. I'm not really sure what that has to do with God.
All right, cool. Do you guys know what logical fallacies are?
I know a few. Yes.
All right. So do you know what
Do you
ignorance
mean the ones
fallacy
in the
is?
Bible, or?
I do know what the argument from ignorance
All right.
fallacy is.
So for
Yes.
those who don't know, ignorance fallacy means that something must be true if it cannot be proven or disproven. So I can't prove or disapprove of your statement because there's no evidence of it. So in your mind, it must be true. Now,
Wait.
If
So if the cat is neither alive or dead, it must be dead.
that's an example of ignorance fallacy. You are correct. So,
Right, but
as
But if the
humans,
cat must be dead, and you open the box and the cat is alive, then how
but
can
you
it
don't
must be
know if
dead?
there is no, but there is no evidence if the cat is dead or alive. That's what's happening right now.
Paratna, you are the weakest link.
How can you say that? But the cat is no.
Hello. Would you like this $1 trillion coin?
Yeah. Haven't you ever seen trees?
I have.
Did you ever
They're
see
beautiful.
birds and butterflies?
Yeah.
Have you ever seen child cancer?
I have. And I don't want to laugh at that, but I can't help it.
No, I'm fucking with you. I'm an atheist.
I know. So, how would you convince someone that God exists? You have 3 minutes.
The trees obviously look like noodly appendages, so they come from our Lord, obviously.
Who is someone? Is someone like a layperson who's never engaged with philosophy before?
Yes.
Okay. I would probably just use the modal ontological argument.
Too many syllables. You are the weakest link.
Damn.
You are too smart. Goodbye.
Don't get it twisted. I love you.
Don't be confused. You may come back, just not today.
Hey.
Hello. Do you want this $1 trillion coin?
No, I don't want the $1 trillion coin, but I just want to prove to you that God actually exists, because this is
Excellent.
a testimony I have.
Perfect.
You're my man. You got 3 minutes.
Awesome stuff. So what is the main 3 elements of creation? It's time, space, and matter, correct?
Well, sure. Okay.
Okay. So what does the Bible says? In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. So number 1, let's debunk that. In the beginning signifies time. God created the heavens and the earth. We know that there's a first, second, and third heaven. So that is space. And then matter is made out of earth, because solid, liquid, gas is made out of matter. The
Can
earth
I
is
ask a
made out
question?
of Yes?
So do you believe everything that's written down in the Bible to either be true or be like a parable?
Jesus spoke about parables.
Right, but do you think all of it is true, or do you think it's some kind of like...
I believe the Bible is the truth because it's the word of God.
But all of it. So the earth being flooded, all of it is true?
Yes, it is.
So you believe the earth was flooded?
Yep.
Do you ever wear mixed fabric?
Do I have a...
Have you ever planted do you ever plant dissimilar crops next to each other? Do you think you should be able to fetch a fair price if you want to sell your daughter? Are all those parts true too?
Those could be true. If
Yeah.
you point out the scriptures, I could actually debunk it for you.
So wait,
Yeah.
how about... Right, but so like if Adam and Eve were the first people, where did slavery come from?
Slavery was developed over time.
Right,
Because
but
And you
remember,
think?
would they not still be their children or their grandchildren?
Hold on. We need to get to proof of God. How does anything of this conversation prove God's existence? 1 minute.
can you actually tell me anything that was not created that is infinite?
I need you to
That
prove
has not.
God exists. Go.
Human beings.
We have been created by God because in Genesis it speaks about
Right, but do
let
you have
us
any proof for
form
God
man in
outside
our
of the
image.
Bible?
Can I prove God outside of the Bible?
Yes, do you have any proof for God outside of the Bible?
Logically, I just did because in the beginning God created the heavens and the earth, time,
Right,
space,
right,
and
right,
matter.
but that is something that you read in the Bible. So it's nice that something touched you and it made you feel comfy, but that's still not proof.
Yeah, so says the Bible, X, Y, and Z, but that doesn't make it true. Maybe it does. Can you prove that the Bible is correct when it says that God created the heaven and the earth?
I would like to personally speak to the manager because you kicked me out before I finished my point. I'm a little bit upset now.
I am in
I'll,
fact the
Anyway,
manager, so I'll take that complaint. Thank you.
okay, I prayed to God for you to bring me back, and you brought me back, so I'm very grateful. You know, I think
all
if it
right.
wasn't for God, I wouldn't be here right now.
Are you gonna prove God's existence, and how do you do that?
Anyway,
Go.
okay, so if you'd like to go back to
Pretty
my point,
sure Brian
if
is
you
God
said
if he brought you back.
the cat is neither alive or dead, based on that example, I can say to you, prove to me that God doesn't exist, and I'll give you $1 trillion. And you
Do you
can't do
understand
anything.
Do you understand the burden of proof fallacy, though? I mean, it's not a fallacy. The logical conclusion that anyone making the claim is burdens with the proof of providing evidence that that claim is true, right?
Yeah.
So, if you claim that God exists, it's up to you to provide proof of God's existence, right?
Correct, which is a logical fallacy that cannot be proven in any form of way. I can only share experiences with you that can
So
showcase to you why my God, quote unquote, is real, but you can never
right, but
believe it.
how can you believe in something that you don't think you can prove?
No, what I'm trying to say to you is that actually is a very good question, by the way. How can you prove something? How can you believe in something that you can't prove? Well, humanity is literally built on visions based on how they could see the world develop. So
Right, but
the
just because
iPhone
we
didn't
have good
become an
imaginary
iPhone until
friends doesn't
somebody
mean
mentally
that.
visualized it. So I could look at the guy who invented the iPhone and I'll be like, you know what? Prove to me that the thing you want to create is real.
Right, but imagination and ability is different from God. Just because we have good imaginary friends that people built their framework upon does not mean that they existed. It means that people had good imaginary friends or probably were schizophrenic or were having delusion of grandeur. There are several different things that could have occurred other than an all-powerful deity.
Although there is a theory that states that the reason why prophets exist and they mainly come from the Middle East is because the sun's too hot. Just so you know. But it's not about the sun being too hot for you to see stuff. It's about you
Have you
believing that
ever
there
been
is someone
extremely
out there.
dehydrated? Have we ever
Pardon?
talked about this? You are the weakest link.
Try again later.
I was just gonna say your time came up. Have we ever talked about this? I hallucinated. I was so dehydrated that I needed like 4 bags of like saline to like it was bad. I had never been in so much pain. It was awful. And
Ew.
I was seeing Jesus. But it wasn't really Jesus. It was just like a glowy figure. And I was very confused. And then I found out that it was the really nice nurse who was sticking things in my arm. But she glowed and it was amazing. But I didn't know who it was that whole time. And it was really
Yeah.
shiny and sparkly. And it was great.
Remember 2 days ago when I was reading so long, my fingers and toes started to tingle because I was deprived of oxygen? Yeah, we experience physiological changes when our brains go through oxygen deprivation. Besides the point. Hello, welcome. This is $1 trillion coin, and it's yours if you
Hello.
can prove God's existence.
Hi, hello. My English is not very well because I'm not a native English speaker.
That's okay, just
So,
speak into the microphone and we can hear you fine.
okay. Do you understand the concept of dimension world? 2D, 3D, 4D? Do you understand that concept of dimension world?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in the 2D world, it is impossible it is impossible for 2D world to see the 3D world like us. We are living in the 3D world, right? There
I
is
suppose so. Okay.
so it's the same concept that we cannot see. It is impossible. It is impossible for us to see the thing that living in the 4D world.
Right, but
Okay,
in
so
that concept,
this
an all-powerful God would have been able to have changed something without us being able to change it back. So if God was able to do something outside of our dimension, he would have
Yes,
proof that he existed. There
there
wouldn't
is.
be able he wouldn't us being three-dimensional would not be able to change his four-dimensional change.
Yes,
So
there
he
is.
would be able to make proof. The fact that there isn't proof is proof itself that there isn't a four-dimensional being.
Okay, that is what I want to explain. In the concept of God, mean God is not trapped in anything. God not trapped in time and space. Means God is no beginning and no ending because he is not trapped in the space and time, which is he can wrap the time.
Okay. How do you prove that? You've made a claim. That's your hypothesis. So we've established the hypothesis. What is your evidence to support your claim?
Okay. I'm not an expert, but I'm a Muslim. But I'm not an expert of studying Quran or Hadith. Do you know that Hadith and Quran?
You've got 30 seconds to provide evidence that God is somehow not in our four-dimensional universe.
That is mentioned in the Quran that God cannot be imagined by human.
Right,
by
but do you have
human
something
being.
outside of a holy text?
It's mentioned in, and it also mentioned many scientifically proof that.
Nope.
I think my time is up.
Thank you. Try again. You're welcome to come back for
All right,
round 2.
So if we're the two-dimensional creatures, and there is a three-dimensional creature, and they take a hat, they can take it outside of their space, flip it around, and then the two-dimensional creatures would not be able to change what the three-dimensional creature did. If there was a four-dimensional creature outside of our space and time, and they made adjustments to us, we wouldn't be able to change them back.
Okay, thank you. Hello, welcome. You have moments to provide your best evidence that God exists, and you will win this shiny, very shiny $1 trillion coin. The floor is yours.
I tried making my point earlier whereby I said that God created the heavens and the earth. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. So
yeah, that's a claim. That's a claim. What's your evidence? Yep.
So would God be God if he dwelled within our universe?
I don't know. How do you prove God's existence? The floor is yours. Okay. How do you prove God's existence?
Okay. Let's say this. TikTok is making nonsense, but anyway, you create your own computer. Can you dwell within that computer?
No.
Then how do you expect God to dwell within his creation?
Is that evidence or just a question?
Because God created the universe.
How do we know that?
But
how do you prove that?
But that's not evidence, that's a claim. So like evidence is like
the audio is impaired. I really
not things that make you feel fuzzy on the inside.
Right. So you made a claim. You made a claim that God can't dwell within the computer. I don't know if it's the internet or not listening or what, but that's okay. We have plenty of guests.
So Brian, if I control the Sims, am I God?
Good question. Hello. Do you have evidence of God's existence?
I think I can make an argument for it. Let's do a little defining our terms first of all. So would you agree that we can use for the definition of God. We'll use an omniscient external mind.
Okay, we'll work with that. How do you prove their existence?
Okay, I think that would be the precondition for intelligibility and knowledge.
Okay.
And so here's the argument. Here's the argument would be this. So without an omniscient external mind to reveal things to us in a way that we can be certain, all we would be left with would be basically be solipsism, right? You would have to use your reason and senses to validate your own reasoning and senses. And you could know nothing outside of your own mind, right? And since it's apparent that we do know things outside of our own mind, then ergo there is an omniscient mind outside of our own that reveals things to us in a way that we can be certain.
How do you know things outside of your own mind?
Revelation.
How do you know the difference between revelation and hallucination?
Because that God that reveals to us reveals in a way that we are certain.
Well, what if that's what if that's a delusion? What if that's a delusion?
Well, I would say cogito ergo sum. I think, therefore I am. Right? That's all of our presuppositions. We all presuppose that we are because we think. Right?
Yeah, but the mind makes mistakes, right? You admit that the mind is flawed. So how do we tell the difference between a delusion and the truth?
Right. That's what I just defined, is that you're absolutely right. The mind makes mistakes. So if I'm a solipsist and I say that there is nothing outside of my own mind that can reveal to me, see, I said, let's take a definition. God is an omniscient external mind that can reveal to us in a way that we can be certain, right? I think that's the evidence or the proof that God does exist, because we do in fact know that we are. Right.
Wait,
and I think that's the.
How do you know that you're receiving revelation from God and you're not hallucinating?
Because
God,
because I think
schizophrenic, manic.
Because I think, therefore I am. It's valid on its face.
Right, but there are people that think that they're not hallucinating, and yet they
no.
And they are still choosing Jesus.
The hallucination doesn't ever come in. I know that I am because I think. I am. I be. I don't know anything. I don't have to know anything
that
beyond.
I am the queen of the universe, which means
no. You're adding that. You're adding some superfluous words there. You know that you are. You don't have to define. You don't.
That I'm the queen of the universe. I know.
Listen.
That I am
it doesn't.
Lisa the Rainbow.
Listen to what I'm saying. You're missing the point. It doesn't matter what you are beyond the fact that you are. You know that you are. I know that I am. And the precondition for that is revelation. You know you are because it's been revealed to you that you are.
Well, Lisa has given me revelation.
Real quick.
Me that she is the one true God.
Well, you can define God as anything you want, but as I said, it's an external mind. It's omniscient.
But the idea that I think therefore I am is a very poetic way of saying, hey, we can all think, right? That's basically it. But that is not proof of anything. It's not.
Well, actually, it's a profound existential statement.
So how do you define the people that are in a vegetative state, that have no brain function, yet they are alive? They do not think. They exist. They at one point existed. Now they are a vegetative state that's just alive because they're on a ventilator and other automatic feeding programs.
They're irrelevant to the argument.
But they exist, don't they?
The argument I made is both sound and valid. The premise is that God is the precondition of intelligibility.
And since do they not get to go to heaven?
Now you're into a religious debate. He simply said, "Prove to me that God exists." I said, "Here's a sound and valid argument that God is the precondition for intelligibility." It is though.
It's not
either of the premises.
It's okay. Here we go. Ready? Just because someone can think, therefore they are, does not mean that there's some kind of external conceptual thinking agent that brought us all into a being. This is a presupp.
So
you're making a presupposition. I am a basic solipsist. Yes, I believe that thinking agents have the ability to understand the natural world around us, but that in no way defines or proves the existence of an external creator or agent.
How do you know anything? How do you justify knowledge?
observation, existence, interaction,
But you-
repeatability, measurement.
But you can't know it. But you're a solipsist. You can't know anything outside your own
Okay,
mind.
all right. Last chance, my friend. How do you use this to prove God's
I just did.
existence?
I just did, and you didn't refute it.
Okay, try again sometime else. Maybe it's just me. Maybe it's too late for me. But I have this $1 trillion coin and I want someone to win it awfully bad. Just prove God's existence. And that was not an argument for God. That was I like this.
Seriously weak philosophy.
Yeah.
Hello again, round 3. Let's go.
All right, let's do it.
All right, listen. So let's have some common ground, okay? I just want to clarify. I respect your intelligence. You two are two intelligent people who seem to have a grasp on life, okay, and an understanding of what you want to believe in.
I'm a big dum dum.
No, you're not. You're not a big dum dum. Don't speak about stuff like that, man. Come on. You have $1 trillion coin. We can't
That's
dispute
right.
that. That is enough
true.
evidence to
That's
prove
true.
you're a trillionaire. Okay. Second thing, do you guys believe in science and critical thinking?
Sometimes.
Sometimes. Are you pleading the fifth, host?
Science is wrong, but it's mostly right. The best way to correct bad science is with better science. So yes, I believe in its functionality and its utility.
I like that. So look, I'm going to apply some logic and some critical thinking in this statement that I'm about to say.
I hope so.
The universe is so complex in the way it functions. There are so many things that happen based on time of the Earth, based on the molecular build of something. Your own DNA required multiple generations of people for you to exist. All those things happen with a reason, right? And if you were to eliminate the idea that something has created all
Why
of
do you
that,
think they happen for a reason?
because of the way life is. Do you not believe that, like, science has proved that they're able to predict where the moon is going to be in 100 years?
Does God's
Right.
dictate the reason? Is God the reasoner?
Very good question. I'm thinking about that for a second. I don't want to lose my run, so I'll be quick. But I believe in the idea that God has created us to live on this planet for us to see what life is like, what life outside of the realm that He's in is like.
Okay.
That's just like an idea based on the question you brought up. And for you to look back at how the whole universe operates, and for us to be able to foresee where things are going to go and how things are happening in such a mathematical way, it should not dispute the idea that there is someone behind it. Whether we
I
know
need
or not.
reason to believe. I don't believe in the tooth fairy before I have evidence that the tooth fairy exists. And just because the tooth fairy leaves a dollar bill or a quarter or a $1 trillion coin under my pillow when I stick a tooth that I lost under the pillow is not evidence that the tooth fairy exists, right? It's
understand.
just
Okay.
evidence. It's just evidence that the dollar bill or the $1 trillion coin exists under my pillow, right?
How
So
about I give you, right, the most minimal thing that can sway your mind in a way, okay?
do it, bring it, bring
Alright,
it.
so look. I don't even like to go on the idea of religion because your question is about God, but religion does state that there is a heaven and hell. So
Well, depending on the religion, but
depending on the
continue.
religion, but majority,
Yeah.
the most common religions do state that there is a heaven and hell. All right. So you have 100 years to live on this planet, or however long your generation lifespan is. During that time, you could either sit there and disapprove of an idea of a God and could potentially face going to hell, quote unquote, or believe in an idea of God and you will have an opportunity to potentially go to heaven. And you lose nothing. You lose nothing by believing.
Are you familiar with Pascal's wager?
I am, but please do tell the chat.
You just repeated Pascal's wager. It's better to believe in a God out of fear that they
fear.
exist and there's a heaven, a hell to end up in, or you can believe in God with the expectation that you will be granted access to heaven. But how do you know you're praying or believing in the right God?
That is correct.
Maybe you're praying to the wrong God. And two, you haven't demonstrated that heaven or hell exist yet. So there's no reason to believe that they exist until you have evidence to provide that they exist. So please, I'll give you like 30 seconds, and then I'm going through the very long list of guests.
All right, I would like to say it's not about fear to believe in God. You put that word fear. I did not. I simply said you have nothing to lose by believing that there is a potential creator to this planet. It's as simple as that. You can drop me off. I'll come back later. Bye bye.
Round 5. Fight. Oh no, we lost Chelsea. There she is.
No.
Finish him.
All right, you're up.
All right, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
$1 trillion coin. It's all yours.
Yeah, I want it really bad. I think I have your best evidence for the existence of God. All right, so in the year 2013, I was miraculously healed instantaneously. I had hepatitis C. I needed a liver transplant. While I was dying at Jupiter Medical Center, I heard a voice. Are you listening? You there?
I am. Yeah, I'm listening.
I heard. The voice said to me, son, you're sick. You're going to go to a particular minister. I'm going to speak to him. He's going to pray over you. I'm going to tell him what's wrong with you, and I'm going to heal you. So on Friday, while I was in the hospital, the doctor said, look.
Not to stop you and not to discredit anything you're saying.
But go ahead.
No. But the only problem with things like this is that people can come on the internet and they can pretty much just lie to us whenever they want.
Right.
So it's
true.
It's hard for circumstantial evidence like that. And I mean, if you have something saying that you legitimately had a miracle, that would be fascinating. If
I
you
do.
Had if you had something that you could put in front of us,
I can actually email you guys the medical documentation, the before and after. I can email you also the service where the minister walks up to me, tells me what's wrong with me, prays for me, and I'm instantly healed. I can.
So even if you did all that and we examined the evidence and we all concluded that your prayer was answered, that still doesn't prove that God exists. It might prove that your prayer was answered, but how do you use that to demonstrate that your personal God exists?
How do you say that it wasn't an alien, or how do you say that it wasn't some kind of other species that came to heal you?
Yeah. How do you discount Hanuman, the monkey god, or Brahman, the creator god?
Right. This is what I believe in. I believe in one creator and one God, right? I believe in Jesus Christ, his son, and that was where I exercise my faith.
So we have a friend who's a doctor in the chat. He wants to know if a doctor confirmed your miracle.
Huh? I do. I have all that.
He just wants to know if you have a doctor that confirmed it as like a medical miracle.
He didn't write it down as a medical miracle. He said to me that a few times they've seen where the hepatitis C virus has just vanished from people's bodies. But then he said to me, what is really miraculous and what is baffling, he said, is the liver. He says, you have a brand new liver. Your liver instantly became brand new. And I told him, Jesus healed me. I have it on a CD. Unfortunately, they didn't record the service that day, but they recorded it on a CD. I have it all on a CD. I told my family, I told my friends, I said, the Lord spoke to me and he told me, this is how I'm going to be healed. I have it on tape and I have the medical documentation, and I would be thrilled to email it to you guys. Now, do I believe that to me the whole event was sort of mysterious in a sense, like why me? Why was I healed?
So let me ask you this.
I had a relationship with go ahead, I'm sorry.
There's about 9 million children that die every year before they reach the age of 5.
Correct.
That's 9 million parents. 9 million sets of parents that are praying to God every year that their prayers be answered. yet their child will expire.
I know.
Why is your experience proof of God while there are 9 million innocent children that cannot be nourished?
I know.
That could be nourished, but we choose not to. We as a collective society choose not to nourish these 9 million children that
Look.
expire on their own every year because their parents are praying for food, for medicine, for everything that would keep them alive. Yet this God ignores their prayers.
I wish I had an answer for you. I am as baffled as you. I live in the same mystery that we all.
And there it is. The absolute lack of proof.
I would love for Guido to ask him a question because I genuinely have some medical questions that I'd just be like, do you know that like things can regenerate and heal on their own? Like people are
Yeah.
capable of doing those things.
And to put the onus of all your heals and
Into God, how do you discredit all the doctor's word?
right, thank you God, never mind the surgeon, thank you God, never mind the nurses, thank you God, never mind the teachers, right? How insulting it is to take the onus of the responsibility and the efforts away from the people that endeavored to save your life or your father's life or my great-grandmother. Anyway, I digress. Hello, welcome guests. Would you like this shiny $1 trillion coin?
Nah, I'm good, thanks. I'm just here to do something for anyone who's watching this live. So
All right,
I'm
you
here to
have a
prove
minute.
Awesome, great. To prove that God exists is actually saying that we have to discredit that there's something actually existed. You know what I mean?
No, please elaborate.
If we are trying to disprove the existence of a being, meaning that he exists. So
I'm
the
sorry.
idea of us trying to discredit or disprove that there's an existence beyond our immeasurable imaginations, that means that there is actually someone, or not someone, a
by us
being.
You do
disprove is
so
that
you
proof that he is
so you do believe in Brahman, the creator God, yes?
Yes.
You do believe in Yahweh, the creator God, yes?
Yes.
Do they both exist simultaneously?
Yes.
Are they the same God or different gods?
Yes, the same.
They are the same gods. Why do some scriptures say that you shall believe in no other God except for me, and that's Yahweh only?
Yes, and then the other ones say a different thing that contradict the scripture that you just stated. But the idea of scriptures that we, the human mind, have made those scriptures, and we say that it is the word of God, but it is actually the word that we have to do is it was inspired by the Spirit of God. So
do you believe in Lisa? Do you believe in Lisa, the rainbow giraffe that poops unicorns, that poops out universes? Leaf be upon her.
No,
I'm doing that now.
Do you believe in the flying spaghetti monster that gravity doesn't exist? It's the flying spaghetti monster's noodly appendages pushing us against the earth. That's what keeps us grounded. Do you believe in the flying spaghetti monster?
I don't believe that.
But I just told you they exist. I have evidence to prove that they exist.
Oh, really? If you prove that they exist, then I'm
we
going
have
to disprove
proof.
it, meaning it exists.
Tell them about the pirates,
therefore,
Brian.
I'm convinced it exists.
So
you see what I'm saying?
I'm
if you
trying
say something
to.
that you want to, if you're trying to disapprove something, it means that it existed. Whether we wanted to disapprove it, it exists.
So what's your best evidence that this God exists? What's your best evidence?
What's the best proof for Santa Claus?
Want, listen. If you want proof alone, it will never ever get close to trying to, calculate the existence of God.
Why is that?
Because our tiny brain can never measure the existence of God alone in this whole universe. Yes, that's. Have you heard of Have you heard of a man
why do you?
called Jerome?
So if our brains are so
Saint Jerome?
tiny that if our brains are so
Saint Jerome?
tiny that we cannot comprehend God's existence, why do you believe God exists? This seems like a
That's what I
contradiction
think.
to me.
Yeah, I know, but faith, that's where my faith comes in. You see what I mean?
Nope.
There we have it. The F word. Faith. You can try again later.
To be clear, I would like everyone to like for Lisa.
Yes, like, thank you so much. Tap the screen. More likes equals more eyeballs. We might be convinced God exists tonight, and I will send you, personally, I will autograph this $1 trillion coin and send it to you.
Leaf be upon her. Ooh, we got a Walking
All
Dead
right.
fan up in the house.
Hello.
It's your turn. Welcome, welcome.
So, what is the topic now? Could you repeat your topic?
Yes. Do you believe in God? Do you think they exist?
Actually, it is an interesting question. So it depends on yourself. Actually, if I prove it now, if I say it as a Muslim person, okay, so you will not believe. So it's actually a hard question. You will not even believe that. If we said that God is now here, and if I said God is here now in the reality life, you will not understand.
So you're telling me that I will not. So you're telling me that I will not be able to understand that God exists. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, that's all.
Then what are you doing here?
What I am doing here, just I am here for. I am telling these things. You will not just believe. Just believe me that, okay?
Just believe?
Just
What?
believe me. I am the
Just
queen of
believe?
the universe. Just believe me. I have photographed
Okay,
Lisa.
just a minute.
I have divine
If I said, okay, if I provide all the things from my book to our Quran, do you know what does mean Quran?
I want your best evidence that God exists, and this is your opportunity, and it's closing quickly. Go.
outside of holy text.
Okay. To start, begin with.
Do you have any evidence outside of holy text?
Just a minute. With this word, okay? Just think. Who all of that, all of this, all of that. Oh my God! How can I explain that? Everything credited by who? Just ask yourself. By accidentally way?
Lisa the
accidentally
rainbow
way?
giraffe. Lisa the rainbow giraffe pooped the universe out of her holy butthole. Belief be upon her.
You just gotta believe.
You just gotta believe. You just gotta believe.
I've been working on that for like a whole minute now.
Hi, your turn. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Y'all got me. Shit. I'm gonna read it again. Prove to you that God is.
I got a $1 trillion coin, and I will autograph it and send it to you.
Let me get that. Autograph it right now. Let me get that.
Yeah, man. It's all yours.
So look,
you gotta
the
prove.
best I got is.
All right, what you got?
For y'all, look, a God can't live inside of existence. Like, to be a God, a creator, you gotta live outside of existence, right? But the only like proof we got is like our conscious, like, because we can't control our conscious. We got no complete control of our conscious. It's like it's there, but we can't prove that.
Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead, Mom.
So is all of time and space inside of our universe?
Is all of time and space inside of our universe?
Yep.
I mean, say it again, like elaborate a little more, like so I could.
So is all of time and space, so like all of our stars, all of our existence, is everything inside of the universe?
I mean, if you want to speak according to the Bible, if I could like mention the Bible, if that would help our case, then yeah. The Bible
it's not gonna help your case.
All right.
You can mention it, but it's not gonna help your case.
It's not. It's not.
All right.
I'm so sorry.
Okay. So it kind of go based off what you guys believe in. Also, to answer your question, if y'all believe in the Bible, then I can answer it in a certain way. But if y'all don't believe in the Bible, then it's kind of like, you get it? It's kind of like complicated.
Yeah. I believe that the Bible exists. I believe that it's a book that contains lots of claims, but I need circumstantial evidence, like third-party evidence, to prove the claims in the Bible.
Okay,
right?
look, we're not gonna ever be able to, cause mind you, the level of what a god is, you're not gonna just give everybody a code. You a god, you're not gonna let nobody know nothing about you to find you. But
Right, but I know
Well,
all about Lisa.
so how do you know God exists? What is your best evidence?
our conscience, the fact that we have no control of our conscience, but it guides us. So then we understand when we make mistakes and all that. That's like that right there alone should be like like proof alone. The fact that we
But
have
it's
no control of our
but it's
conscience.
not. There's a very good other explanation of why we have consciousness.
And also your definition of exist. Remember, I told you to be a god, you can't like to be a god. The word exists only is part like of the universe. Remember, God lives outside of the universe.
How do you know that?
Our conscious again, our conscious
How,
alone.
Right, but is our
wait,
consciousness
so
outside the universe?
Our
so our consciousness is inside the universe. We can agree that
no,
our consciousness is
our
inside the
conscious,
universe, yes?
our conscious is like a fingerprint. Like, how could I prove somebody was here by somebody was somebody left a fingerprint? You could prove that the person was there. The
But
way
it
he proves to us is by the way he proved to us that he's real is just by the things that we see that doesn't make sense, like the sun, a fireball just floating in the air, just the mythical things that doesn't make sense.
Right, but
but
that's
finger
not something that doesn't make sense because it doesn't make sense to you, a star in the sky. There are hundreds of thousands of millions of trillions of stars. Just because that doesn't make sense to you doesn't mean that we don't understand stars.
Remember, I also said that the word exists. It means to us, God lives outside of existence. So you
but
guys are
how
like,
do you know that?
Right, but
no,
like
look,
what makes
you guys questions are it's actually true. Like he doesn't exist because existence. He lives outside of existence. You understand what I'm saying?
like
He's a
but you say he doesn't exist so he lives outside of existence so he doesn't exist. Which means
You
that
can try
which means he
again
doesn't
later.
exist.
You can try again later, but you just said he doesn't exist and he exists at the same time.
Did you plug the electrical cord back into itself, Brian? Is that how we work it?
So let me put it this way. If you're going to claim that a God exists outside of our space, time, and universe, then you have to have reason to show, to demonstrate that God does exist. And if you're trying to use evidence that exists in our space, time, and universe to prove that a God exists outside of our space, time, and universe, this is what we call a blunder. This is just
To be clear,
bad thinking.
Lisa is inside of our universe.
How does a rainbow giraffe poop a universe while being inside the turd at the same time?
Okay, listen. She was outside. She has now decided to be one of us and is inside our universe. Have you not seen the magical hole where she can travel through the universes, Brian? It's called a gateway.
Okay. I call it a sphincter.
It's called the ring gate, Brian. It's called the ring gate. I thought we
I'm
had the
trying to.
science already cracked down, Brian.
Okay. my mistake. All right, you're up. What's on your minds?
Yeah, hello.
She's been expanding.
Whew. Wow. The question is
What you
kind of
got?
hard, but let me just try my best. First of all, I'll just start by if you are saying something for the first time, you never see the person that created the stuff, like that made the stuff. Are you going to believe that this thing is made by someone?
I'm so sorry.
Is the
Can you
question.
say that again, please?
I say, if you are saying something for the first time, like you have never seen the type of that thing somewhere else, you are seeing it for the first time, are you going to believe that it's someone that's created the stuff, like it's someone that made the stuff?
I see all kinds of stuff for the first time. Like a new car rolls out, and I see that car, and I say, "Oh, that's a
And
car,
you
and it's a
never see
new
the
model."
person before.
Right, but
Okay,
that's called the watchmaker
I'm
fallacy.
saying
You're
something
trying to
like,
compare something that's made by man to
of course,
humanity.
like
Right, but you can't
if
compare something
first
that
time,
nature makes
definitely
to
your
something that's made by
sense.
hand.
So everything we've ever seen exists in our universe, right? Do you agree? Everything that we've ever seen has to, by definition, has to exist in our universe, right?
Just let me say this thing straight so you get me. Like you are saying something for the
Okay.
first time, you believe definitely you believe there is someone, even if you have not seen the person, you didn't know anything about the stuff. You just have to believe there is someone that created the stuff, right?
Well,
Because
I've
maybe
seen
you
the
see some
Grand Canyon.
materials.
I've seen trees before that were not created, but they just they evolved. They came into existence through natural processes.
Through natural processes, right?
I'm sorry. I think there's a language barrier or something going on. I can't understand you. I have lots of guests waiting. So, I'm sorry. Better luck next time.
Hello?
All right, your turn. Let's go.
So, I'm going to give you an example. So, let's say I have a cup of water. I put it on the table. What is that water relying on?
The water is bound by the glass that is supported by the desk
Yes.
that is held to the ground by gravity, I guess, but I don't know where you're going with this.
Listen. The water is relying on the cup. The cup is relying on what? The table. What's the table relying on? If the table falls, where's it going to go to? It's going to go to the floor. What's the floor relying on? On Earth. What's Earth relying on? Earth is relying on the sun. What's the sun relying on? The galaxy. Yes.
So
the Milky Way.
the Earth is a giant cluster of space rock and water that's held together through gravitational force, and it's caught in the orbit of our sun that we call Sol. But I don't know how that proves God's existence. How do you define God?
There's a connection, okay? Everything is relying on something. What's the galaxy gonna rely on? What do you expect? Like, what's the Milky Way relying on? It's relying on God. How? Like Google. Who made Google? Like, what's Google relying on? Google is relying on what? The internet,
Once again,
right?
that is the watchmaker's fallacy. You have to say that something that was made by man. You cannot compare something that was made by man to something that occurred naturally.
So I got a question. You guys want me to prove like God is real? Like,
yeah. What's your best evidence?
Like
that we exist?
Like, okay, if we can't like show us, if we can't show you the Bible, if we can't show you the Quran, if we can't show you none of that, how are we gonna like prove it to you? You think God is gonna send down some miracle right now?
I've got a copy of the Holy Bible right here. It's a red letter version.
All right, look, listen to me.
Yeah.
That's the Holy Bible. All right. I don't.
This book exists, right? We can agree that the book exists. Like I can show you that it exists, right?
Yeah.
We agree that it exists.
Yeah.
How do we demonstrate that the claims inside the Bible are true?
Okay, do you know? I mean, I don't know where you're getting. Wait, were you like an atheist your whole life, or like were you a Christian before?
All right, you have 1 minute to prove God's existence. Go.
I can't show you. Like, that's not possible for me to show you some kind of evidence that God is like alive right now.
Yep. Sorry, folks. 1 second. Grandma's calling my name.
I got this. Do you have proof? You kicked him out.
I'll be down later. I'm on the phone.
All right, for those that are in the chat, I would like to know if we think that Lisa needs a daughter. Because I feel like Lisa needs a daughter. Do you feel like Lisa needs a daughter? It's important.
Sure. Why not?
Right, but she needs a name. Someone just said, "Who's Lisa?" How dare you? You just
How
have to
dare
believe.
you? Lisa is all right. I have pictures of Lisa.
No.
They exist.
No. I have a new Lisa.
Okay, we're going to show you pictures of Lisa. They are the rainbow giraffe. They are the creator of the universe. She poops universes. Facts. Leaf be upon her. Hello, the floor is yours.
All right, so I did just want to ask you this. So, like, are you kind of stuck on the how do I say this? Like, there's no proof of God, or like, there's no God, and you're kind of like firm on it.
I'm waiting. Do you have proof?
Okay. So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and kind of like bring up some points. But so I believe that we have the word God kind of wrong. I think we are seeing it like in a complete different way. I think, for example, like, what is unawareness without awareness? You know what I mean?
What is lightness without darkness?
Exactly. There's just like, it's just,
Okay.
there's always two, right? There's always an opposite of
What
things.
is silence without sound? We can play this game all day long or night long.
Yeah, and
but how
so I'm
do
saying,
you
what
prove
is
God with this? Yes, go.
what is life and what is the universe without awareness is what I'm trying to bring up. So what is how would this whole world be without awareness? If you kind of get what I'm trying to say.
Can you did you know that under the Amazon River is a bunch of oh, Chelsea, help me. It's a bunch of limestone, and in the limestone are a bunch of holes that allow the water to filter through the limestone. And
You want me to
inside
do
the
it?
limestone are these caverns, these vast caverns that have never seen light before. But inside these caverns are fish and crabs and bacteria, all existing in their own little ecosystem.
And the
And
fish
they
have
have
evolved to even not have eyeballs because they don't need them anymore. They have never seen human. They have never seen the light of day. They have never seen outside world. And yet
Mhm.
they exist perfectly happy and fine, not knowing. It just occurred to me that there's plastic in their water.
oh, stop.
Oh my God.
We were having a good day until you ruined it.
Oh my God. It just occurred to me microplastic. Oh.
But I was saying, like, it's conscious, right? Consciousness, it's awareness. It can be anything without that consciousness, if you know what I'm trying to say. Like, I mean, how can it be something without that other thing? I mean, it's just like, for example, this is how I'm seeing it. Like quantum entanglement. It is everything and anything happening at the same time until observed, or until an action is put onto it, to be exact. So, for example, like with quantum entanglement, what we figured out is when we start kind of experimenting with these photons, how they're acting with observation, I mean, they completely react differently. And like just like the slit experiment, there needs to be an observer in order for it to kind of have a certain reaction.
Yeah, I'm not a quantum physicist. I don't know why the slit experiment is so captivating and titillating. But
Well, because
how does this prove God's existence?
Well, this is exactly why, and I've talked to the physicist on another live about this and things like that. That it's crazy how this is all information, and information is happening at the same time. And me and you can agree that space, time, I mean, everything in this dimension is basically happening in our universe, right? Time is only in this universe and things like that. So I'm trying to get with this.
We don't know that time only exists in our universe, but we do know that time does exist in our universe.
Because we can perceive it, correct? We perceive time. We know time is a thing.
We observe it, yes.
So even with hallucinogens, do you think hallucinogens are fake? Like they are fake. They're just things that we see. Like they are fake. Is that
well,
like
define fake? What does fake mean?
It's not real.
I know for a fact that hallucinogens are in fact definitely 100% real.
Okay, good. All right, I'm glad we're in the same topic. So what's happening is your perception is literally shifting. Your perception of whatever's going on around you basically shifts. It's not that these hallucinogens are fake, but what is happening to your perception? I mean,
it's altered, but it doesn't make it any less real.
Right, and this is Joe Rogan brings up a really good point with this as well. If you were to tell a person, if I were to give you a door you could go through and talk to a being that knows everything about you, all your BS, and everything you've ever done, would you do it? And a lot of people would say yes. But now when you put it under a category of drugs and hallucinogens, changes everything. But it makes the experience no different. It doesn't mean, just because you're putting it under a category of drugs or like a hallucinogen.
So do you think hallucinogens are the doorway to God?
But this is my
I do not.
This is my issue with God. I think we have the word like we're
So
using it
define
the wrong
God.
way.
How would you define God?
Basically just awareness, consciousness.
That's
I
not
think,
helpful. That's not useful.
well, yeah, and I mean I agree that we don't know what we're doing. We don't know if there's a God or not.
Because I don't have to use the word God. I can just use awareness. I can use the word consciousness. I don't need to insert God to mean something that it's not. Consciousness is something. Awareness is something. But God is not a good candidate explanation for those two things.
But we can agree that even though people's perception changes, awareness will always be there. We know that no matter what, whenever you're taking hallucinogens, whether or not, whether you're
I'm
dreaming.
sorry. The coin is not yours. You have failed. Yes, I decide who gets the coin. It's $1 trillion coin. I'm not just going to give it away to anyone. You got to prove God exists. Hello, your turn. What's up?
Yeah, hello. Well, my kind of basic argument is creation demands a creator. If we look at the Hubble telescope, for example, it reveals previously unknown galaxies, and they do astound us. And when you look at the start of the universe, it had order. And how could you, have order without an intelligent design behind it?
We don't know that it's ordered. It just is the way it is. And we don't know that there was a creator, do we? How do you define a creator? How do you prove a creator exists?
So I removed the word God and I used the word creator because that's what
Yeah, I know.
God is.
Well aware.
You're saying that we don't know that there was order, but scientists would disagree with you, and most scientists would say that at the start of the universe it was very orderly, which then arises the question, why was it so orderly and why has it become so chaotic? But at the very start, for example, if the Big Bang was one temperature above or below, we wouldn't have life.
Next.
To be clear, you now possess the most beautiful photo of Lisa and her ring gate.
We're definitely getting to Lisa soon. Everyone stand by. We're going to show the most magnificent picture of Lisa. All right, the floor is yours.
We have multiple photos of Lisa, to be fair, and I did, in fact, get the chance to capture her with her ring gate. It's beautiful.
Yes. Lisa exists. We have photographic evidence. Hello, welcome to the show. This $1 trillion coin is yours if you can prove the existence of God. Please demonstrate.
All right, good evening. First of all, what do you have up there?
What do I have up where?
The two pictures on your page right now.
Oh, this is a dude with a beard, and he's like in a fluffy cloud, and he's kick-ass. And then here's a dude with a robe, and he's got like hair, and he's kick-ass.
So, why do you put them there?
I didn't. Chelsea did. She is my background master extraordinaire, and she's awesome. All please praise Chelsea. Send her love and coins.
AKA lab assistant, AKA editing photographer, AKA I found them online. Why?
Because I was thinking you guys put it there because that's what you think, or what's the what people say they but then that's not the question. So
all right, you forced me. You forced me.
You better get out of the way of her beautiful mane, I swear to you.
Yeah.
This is important. Praise be to Lisa.
Leave be upon her non-noodly goodness.
Let me start maybe from this point that human beings, their whole perception of believing that there is something above us humans on earth, that there is something extraordinary above our thinking or our imagination, is when humans slept and had dreams and couldn't understand what was happening around them. So
is this proof that God exists?
I'm getting to a point. I'm coming.
Okay. Okay.
So human beings trying to understand some circumstances that science cannot explain or their brains can't explain or fathom led to the led to the search for something greater than themselves to answer their questions. And from there, magic was born, where we have from there magic was born, science was born. Then we have these three sources that are trying to find the thing that's beyond humans' thinking and ability. So my point is, things like let me where I started from, like the dreams or the how we breathe, or why we're able to take in the air that we take in, where it came from, why are the trees like, these are some of the questions that moved us to this
Why
point.
are the
Why
trees? I'm getting bored. You have 30 seconds left.
Why are the trees moving? Where did this air come from? All these conversations led to us
So
getting
the air came
this
from behind
question.
Lisa, and the trees are so that she has food.
So,
Yep. Sorry, bro.
I mean,
Too
those are
many
really
guests
simple
left.
questions. The wind is there to help the seeds move so that Lisa's trees can keep growing. It seems like a silly question when you ask silly. Like, I mean, you're gonna get silly questions, but it's like they almost don't understand Lisa.
I want to know how I flipped my camera around. This is
Double tap.
weird.
Double tap.
Oh, okay. Nope. It's okay.
Hello.
Oh, did you?
Hi. The floor is yours. What you got?
You
I just
mirrored it
wanna
or something?
I just wanted to explain like the guy that went like way back. He was talking about like God existing but like outside the universe, so he doesn't really exist, which was kind of weird the way he explained. But I think what he was trying to say is excuse me, that the meaning of the word exists in like Latin. It means taken out of something. So God was not taken out of anything, right? What I personally believe, he just exists. He is, right? So that's what I tried to explain.
Yeah. Just like Brahman just exists. Just like Lisa the rainbow giraffe exists. Just like the flying teapot exists.
Yeah,
But how do you prove? How do you prove their existence?
But that's
the teapot I've seen.
That's another thing. But you can also
Yes. So how do you prove?
Yeah.
First define your God, and then prove. Please help me realize that they exist through proof.
Okay, can I give you like actual evidence? Like not
Yeah.
like it's not gonna prove, but it's actually evidence. Have you heard of the Ipower papyrus? I think that's how you say it. No.
Papyrus?
Yeah, papyrus. Yeah.
It's a type of paper.
No, but it's Ipower papyrus. It's
You can't even pronounce it?
It's IPULWER papyrus. That's what it's called. I think his
wait, IPULWER. All right, so pretend I'm stupid and I don't know what it is. What is it?
Okay, it's an ancient document from ancient Egypt. I think it's in a museum in the Netherlands, and it's basically this guy named Ipower, and he's making a prayer to his god, his Egyptian god, and he.
All right, so very clearly, papyrus was written upon, and in early days, gods and the word God was very interchanged with the word king because they were worshiping someone who they did not understand, and they thought that at some time the gods were worshiping the pharaohs, but the word like pharaoh and God were very intertwined. So worshiping a quote unquote God could very mean that they were worshiping a man. So taking ancient text out of context is is difficult. You can't just say that like, oh, well, it says papyrus in the word God. Well, yeah, it's translated into very, very many different things. It's like trying to say the word. I can't say those words. Never mind. Next.
You can try again, but you gotta bring your A game. You can't be stumbling over words. You need evidence like that. If you're gonna win this $1 trillion coin, you can't be mispronouncing the name of papyrus. Come on, people.
To be clear, the $1 trillion is mine, and it's the crown. The crown is worth a lot. I sold the crown.
I'm back. Shit. Oh, hey.
You got it.
Skeptic
You can do it.
TikToker. What's up? Hey, Mavi.
Sup?
Back
Sup,
that up.
buddy? Bring your A game.
What's up, Chelsea? I'm back. I
What's
lost
up,
last
robot?
round. I got my gloves on, so I got something for y'all. Look, what I was trying to say is, and y'all gotta understand, I ain't got no vocabulary like y'all, so just work with me. But look,
it's all good. You got it.
What do you call a being that lives outside of existence? That's capable. No, that's capable of living outside of an existence. A god, right?
I would say beyond natural.
Beyond natural. What's the other definition for beyond natural? You know that it's called God, right?
Herpity flurpity burp. Herpity flurpity burp is my favorite definition of that.
Okay, we're gonna use herpity flurpity, right?
We're gonna use herpity flurpity burp.
The same way we can't
officially her daughter's name.
Look, the same. Remember how I told you the proof is like there in the pudding. All the signs that we see, the phenomenon. That's the proof alone. The same way we can't prove gravity is a thing. The only way we prove gravity is by putting something out and dropping it on the floor.
Did you just say we can't prove gravity?
Yeah, that he's doing it right now. I say
gravity.
but in scientific way, there's no real way of proving. There's no real proof of gravity. Get it? Like there's no way of actually.
That's proof. Look.
Yeah, look. Watch. You see what you just did?
It accelerates at a known speed, depending on the distance from the center of mass. We know how bro, I'm about to kick you. You better change your tack. You better change your tack right now.
All right, look. All right. I need to stick to what you say. Prove to me that God exists. Remember, it's kind of hard because your question is like, a God doesn't live inside of existence. You get it? He lives outside of it. That's what makes him a God. Like that's why he's.
Then why do you believe they exist if they're outside and you have no proof? Why do you believe?
I believe. He's real. It's a thing. Like the other guy said, you can't have creation without a creator. That's why the word. I mean, come on. That just doesn't make sense. You can't have creation without a creator. You get it?
Let me throw something at you. Ready?
Yeah.
Here's an idea. Maybe there is no creator. Maybe. Just hear me out. Ready? Maybe we came into existence through natural processes, and maybe we'll never know the source. Maybe it will never be known, and I'm okay in not knowing. But I'm not postulating a thing, a theory, a hypothesis that I have no evidence of. So, if you're going to claim that this God that exists outside of space and time somehow created all of the reality that we know, I need more than just maybe. I need evidence. Do you have the evidence?
Again, the question. Don't kick me out. Let me just finish the sentence. Hey, but this is what I wanted to do. I'm gonna answer your question, but could you put two people at a time so it could be 2-on-2? Like
I could, but that's not tonight. Yes, but not tonight.
Okay. So it could be like fair for everybody that come in. But all right, look, like I said again, I can't. Using the word exists. Like when he created the word exists, you get it. So he already lives outside of it. So I can't prove it. It's kind of like the question is kind of weird, but.
You just all right. Let me. I'm going to kick you, but I'm going to be gentle in it. You just said you cannot prove it, so that's the end of your. That's the end of your chance. If you say that you cannot prove God's existence, that's the end of tonight's conversation. I love you, bro. Don't get it twisted. I want you to come back. We'll have multiple guests. We will dive into it another night. But tonight is.
I'm gonna kick you, but I'm gonna do it gentle.
I'm going to gently kick you, but please don't get it twisted. I want to have these conversations another night. Tonight is your opportunity to win the $1 trillion coin. Yar! You got it, matey. How do you prove its existence? Go.
Someone just said the Bible's proof. I hate to break it to you. No.
I want to ask you, do you believe Jesus exists?
Yes, I have enough evidence to warrant my belief that Jesus was a Jewish, apocalyptic, fairly progressive preacher for his time.
Great. And you believe he died and rose after 3 days?
I do not.
Okay. And I want to ask another question. Do you believe that devil exists?
That the devil exists? No, I've never seen it, nor heard it, or have reason to believe they exist. But I hope these questions are getting to your proof that God exists.
Yeah, exactly. So what I want to prove is this. I've been in a situation where people get healed by miracle without any medical explanation. And,
People also get healed through medicine and time and antibiotics and all manners of things.
Exactly. But
exactly.
Here, there's no scientific explanation whereby people are getting healed miraculously, and then you see people being healed of cancer, which you can explain. So at that moment, you can explain what happened. Don't you think there is a supernatural being having a hand in what's happening?
Nope.
Okay, how can you explain what happened to that person without being treated by any kind of?
They get better. Sometimes people get better. Sometimes they don't.
Oh, for you? Okay. Then I want to ask you another question. Have you ever dreamt of communicating in the dream?
All right, I'm sorry. Your time is up. You can bring your proof. You can bring it. You can bring it next time. But I'm not here to answer questions. I am here to accept your evidence that God exists, and I will give you this delicious $1 trillion coin. I will even sign it myself and send it to you.
Hi.
Hello. Your turn is up. Welcome
My
to the
turn is
game.
up.
Go ahead,
Thank
my
you.
friend.
How long do I have?
As long as it takes, but don't waste our time.
Okay, so let's just go with the beginning. Do you believe in the Big Bang? Do you believe in that theory?
I believe that the Big Bang model is a mathematical model that runs the time constant backwards until t equals 0, or as close to 0 as possible. However, I have no reason or illusion that we can understand what happens when time equals 0, or even when time approaches 0. I think it's a mathematical model only, and only a mathematical model. We have no observation of what happens, but that doesn't mean that we can determine one way or the other that the universe came into existence or always existed.
But people who have, like, I'm talking about scientists here, people who have, excuse my English, my vocabulary is not that great in English, but people who really have studies all the laws of physics, the astronomers, the ones who have, gravity and everything like that, they've calculated what would be the odds, the odds of, this is something that
Yeah. I know. But the fact of the matter is we are here and we exist. So the odds that we exist here and now are 100%. But that's is that proof that God exists?
We are here and we exist. And still people choose to believe in the odd that is almost impossible. That's option A. You can believe in that we just exist because it happened and the probability of that is almost 0, and that's what scientists say, or it points toward a creator. But still people will choose the 0. quasi zero you know the word I want to say in English.
Have you ever, my friends, have you ever heard of Russell's teapot?
I don't know that term in English. Russell's teapot. I don't know.
Russell. Russell. Russell's teapot. It's a great scientific. It's a thought experiment. Please deep dive into Russell's teapot theory. There's a teapot orbiting the moon, and you can't see it. It's so small, but it exists. And we know that teapots exist, so it's likely to assume that there's a teapot orbiting the moon. But we've never seen it, but it still exists, right? This is just a mental exercise to show that you can believe in anything if given enough faith or belief, but it doesn't make it true, does it?
I agree with you, but we have things that we have observed, we have things that we have calculated, we have certain evidence that points towards one way, or that can point towards another way, and even Stephen Hawkins.
So we can agree that the teapot exists, right? We agree that there's a teapot orbiting the moon.
But what do you mean
right?
by the teapot? The teapot here is an analogy for what? What do you want? What is the word teapot for you?
I'm sorry, my friend. Your time is up. Try again later. Take a deep dive into the substantiation of information and evidence, right? There has to be evidence. So if you have evidence, bring your A game. Let's not wish-wash around questions. I don't know where Chelsea went. She disappeared. She does that. Her internet is kind of poopy sometimes. Hello, welcome. This $1 trillion coin is yours. Can you prove God's existence?
Hey, how you doing? In order for me to be able to answer your question, I would have to understand first your question. So, to understand your question, I need to know what do you mean by God.
I want you to define God to your best ability, and I want you to provide evidence that this God exists to the best of your ability. And if it convinces me, then you get the shiny $1 trillion coin.
Okay, I define God as the minimum, as the common denominator, as the smallest common denominator, firstly among people, and then among the rest of the creatures of the universe.
I don't know what that means.
Do you know what common denominator means?
Yeah, I've taken math. I've taken algebra. Okay. I should be explicit. I have taken all kinds of algebra courses, including Boolean algebra. You ever counted in base 3? It's fun.
Okay, so God, which I call Pro, God is the common denominator among people. But to be more specific or more precise, the smallest common denominator among people.
I think the smallest common denominator between people is sex. Is sex God?
I think in a way is what I think our search for God unconsciously make us come closer together and have sex, but it's not the sex that is bringing us into existence, but the search.
I think ejaculations do bring us into existence.
You do make a very solid point, my friend.
Is God an ejaculation?
I'm not saying that there are secondary. I said the smallest one, and I do believe that
even a small ejaculation brings us into existence.
Did you know that you can do it? Like, it doesn't have to necessarily be inside. Like, that shit can, like, find its way in.
Yeah,
Well,
turkey basters or fingers or tongues. I mean, there's all manners. I
Not
mean,
only
my
that, like
dude.
you can like literally from like behind and like it can just like drip down and like find its way in. Shit is determined.
correct.
It's like
So,
sand. It gets everywhere.
Like legitimately, dude, did you know that you can absolutely not have a uterus and still get pregnant? Like it can find its way through and have like an ectopic pregnancy. I had a mental breakdown today. It's a whole nother story. We're gonna talk about this later. But did you know that without a uterus you can still get pregnant and it can still find a way? It's not gonna make it, to be clear. Like the small zygote will not make it. But in fact, it is still possible. Mental breakdown.
Can I explain again, please? I'm sorry.
Yeah, you can try.
My English is not that good. I'm sorry.
It's all good. It's all good. What's
Okay,
up?
so I wasn't talking about a man or a king. I was talking about, in Egypt, there was many gods, and he was doing his prayer to this one god or whatever. And he was mentioning I think 6 out of the 10 plagues that happened in Egypt with, the story of Moses and Exodus or whatever. And he mentioned, it was like, why is the Nile turning into blood? Why are the firstborns dying? Why is the cattle dying? Why are mosquitoes and all sorts of stuff coming out of the river?
Because algae blooms happen, because there's no such thing as all the firstborns dying. That's just a myth. And because there are natural phenomena that map with the stories in the Bible or not. They could be made up, completely made up. Like the global flood never happened. There's zero. And I repeat, zero evidence that the entire world was flooded at any point in time.
Okay.
Yeah.
But
there's also
as
not enough water on the planet.
As I said, this does not prove, but this is evidence, right? It dates back to 1400 before Christ.
So wait. So if are there some parts of the Bible that are true and some parts that are not?
No, absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. Just because there isn't any evidence doesn't mean it's not true.
All right, let me put it this way. There is absolutely evidence. I'm talking irrefutable evidence that there is not enough water to cover the whole globe in water. Do you agree with that statement?
I don't know. I haven't researched on this, but if
we've done the math, I promise. The best guys.
Guess what? People have done the math. There are approximately, 1.34 trillion cubic kilometers of water on the Earth. It would take an additional 4.5 trillion cubic kilometers to flood the entire Earth up to the top of the Himalayan mountain range. That additional 4.5 trillion cubic kilometers of water does not exist. It's not here. If it did exist, then we would be underwater right now.
Someone said it's frozen solid, bro. No, we've done that math. Even with the ice, there is not enough water on the planet. All the water that's been here is always been here. I mean, 2% has come from outer space, like asteroids and stuff. Like 2% over the last billion years. Okay.
And for those of you in chat claiming that I don't have $1 trillion, I have proof that I do. I have undeniable proof. I have $1 trillion coin in my pocket.
How dare you not have faith?
Look at this coin. Now, if you don't believe me, then all you have to do is have faith. You have faith that this is worth $1 trillion, and guess what? Voila. It's worth $1 trillion.
Yep. That's what most people
say.
Right.
I'll give you 30 more seconds. Go.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to end this and just say that was my evidence. I have to research more on the flood and stuff. And
someone asked the ingredients for water.
I know people come here and say sometimes stupid things like, oh, the evidence is the trees or whatever. I just came here and presented actual evidence of a story that it's in the Bible, so like.
All right, so just to be clear, if you would like to come and talk, you must have 1,000 followers or more. It is not our rule; it's TikTok's rule. I see people screaming in the chat, "How do I get in? How do I get in?" If you want to
Let
come in
me
and
in.
talk, yeah, I was like, if you want to come in and talk, it's not us, it's them. If you want to come in and talk, you got to get 1,000 followers. I'm sorry, dude.
Yep. And I hate cutting people off. It's so against my nature, but tonight is a special night. I have to be ruthless. I have to let everyone give me the opportunity to prove to me that God exists so that I can send them this $1 trillion coin. I don't want it anymore. I want to give it to you. All you have to do is convince me that your God exists. It shouldn't be hard, right? If God is all powerful,
Someone said atheists who have died see hell and beg people to believe in God. I have seen hell. It's Earth now. I'm begging you to believe in science. I'm begging you to help fix our planet. I'm begging you to help fix the one life that we for
hey,
sure know that we
Chelsea,
have.
not tonight. We'll deal with the world's problems another time.
Dude, I'm gonna fight this kid in the chat.
Do it. All right, it's your turn.
I'm back,
What you got?
bro. Round 4. Let's do this. Okay, I have a hypothesis that can potentially either
Round 5.
prove or
Ding, ding.
disapprove of God. Are you ready?
Do it.
Okay, so you understand that
Finish him.
if we were to use a telescope and look at the stars, we know for a fact that those stars are dead. It just happens that the speed of light hasn't reached us yet to know that those stars are dead. To see that those stars are dead.
Well, we don't know for sure though, right? We can reasonably assume that yes, perhaps those stars are so far in our distance that the light no longer is being emitted because I don't know, they've expired their energy,
Yes.
right? That's reasonable to assume, but we don't know. We don't know for
We
sure.
actually do. We do. We are 100% sure that those stars that we look at, especially those in space, are actually dead stars. It's just we haven't seen them explode yet, and we haven't seen them die.
Okay,
That's
so moving on.
irrefutable fact. Okay, moving on. So
yeah.
all you need, right, is two simple things. You need a spaceship that can travel at the speed of light, if not 10 times more, and you need a telescope that is big enough that would be able to zoom into Earth. So essentially what we're doing is we're time traveling back into the past using the speed of light. And what that means is if you go far enough, you'll be able to look back and see potentially dinosaurs. So you could potentially go back far enough where you could see if God really created Earth in the second day, or you can see if certain things have happened that people claim to have happened. And
Well,
that could either prove or disapprove of God.
All right, we're going to dive into this just for a moment, okay? So if dinosaurs were a species that existed in the past, and in fact they still do. We still have avian dinosaurs. Dinosaurs still exist in avian form today, right? If you've ever eaten a chicken egg, you ate a dinosaur's egg. However, we cannot observe dinosaurs in our past because we are on the same planet that dinosaurs existed. So we can look far in the distance and see the sun, the light that's coming from stars and galaxies that are really, really far away.
Yeah.
And yes, it has taken a tremendous amount of time for that light to reach us. But that doesn't mean that we can see dinosaurs in our past.
Actually,
I mean, we can. Actually, all right, here we go. Here's Terrence. This is a dinosaur.
Oh, wow.
Well, not really. This is a trilobite fossil. This trilobite fossil is between 220 and 560 million years old. Wow. I like to colloquially say that it's 333 million years old because 333 million just rolls off the tongue. This is a real fossil. This is a real honest fossil. Check this shit out.
Okay, I want to play with him.
But look,
I do.
What I'm saying is science is observation. So and the fact that light will forever expand within the universe, you will be able to reach a specific point in time and space where you'd be able to look back at Earth and you will see dinosaurs. Irrefutable. It's undeniable. The fact that if you're able to travel fast enough, you'd be able to look back and see dinosaurs. Just saying, bro.
I don't claim to be a physicist.
So are you saying that if we look back far enough in time, we'd be able to see God? That was the question. I think if we look back far enough in time, we could see Planck time.
I can see plankton out my window.
Hey, Skep. Hey, Chelsea.
Listen, SpongeBob.
You guys hear me?
Yes, Woody, we can hear you.
Okay. Hey, guys, again. Skep, great show again. Okay. You want proof?
Before your minute starts, hold on, because we started to
A
drop
minute?
again. Like for
I'm
Lisa,
a good
damn it.
contender. I need more than a minute. Come on.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like for Lisa, damn it. This is about
Yeah, of
Lisa
course.
and her all-powerful being.
Great
Like
show,
for
guys.
views.
Great show.
All right.
Hey, thank y'all for giving. Hey, thank you for giving all of us a chance to make you believe in God. Pass the word, whatever.
To be
But look,
clear, Z17 is next. He
okay.
has demanded as such. Z17.
Well, I gotta
Okay.
come off now, or what you mean?
No, baby, it's your turn.
Okay.
Go.
Okay. All right. You want proof that no, put the God picture back. This is gonna confuse me. All right. So look.
Lisa has a daughter now. We're working on naming the baby giraffe.
Okay, no problem. Wait 1 second, Lisa. Look, to prove to you that God exists, right? And I used conscious before, and I'm gonna use conscious and the fact that we have free will, bro. Nothing, no life
There's no
form.
proof of free will.
It is proof. I'm gonna tell you proof right now, and I'm gonna tell you proof.
There is no proof
You can try. Oh,
yeah, I'm
Chelsea,
gonna.
let him try.
Yeah,
Let him try.
right. I'm gonna try. So look, I'm gonna try. So boom, I'm gonna try. The proof of free will is that nothing on earth, whether it's the sun, trees, wind, rock, nothing on earth but besides human has free will. The capability of making his own mind, like just walking left, taking a right turn, or left turn. Anything on earth you look at, whether it's animals, they don't have free will. The sun doesn't have his own mind to do whatever they want. A rock doesn't have his own mind to do whatever it wants. A tree doesn't have his own mind. Humans are the only living life form that has free will. Its capability to say, I want to go left, right. I want to make a circle
All right.
today.
I'm gonna try to demonstrate to you in a very simple way why we don't have free will. Okay.
Okay.
And this might bend your mind, but it's a very, very simple explanation. And you have to learn how to apply this to every explanation. All right, here we go.
Yeah.
When you walk into a 7-Eleven or your local grocery mart or whatever, and you want to buy a candy bar, you go to the counter and you look at the candy bars, and you can choose between the Kit Kats and the Snickers or the Rolos or whatever, right? Now, you have free will to choose between those, but those options are your only options. You don't have the free will to choose the Flurpa Burpa Burpa bar because the Flurpa Burpa bar doesn't exist. You are bound by the natural forces that are part of our reality. So even when you wake up in the morning and you get out of bed, you have no choice but to get out of that bed. You can't just free will anything into existence. We are bound by the physical properties of our reality. And our reality is a product of all the capitalistic ventures and the militaristic ventures and the scientific ventures and the religious ventures. Everything just kind of snowballs into our reality, right? So our choices are bound by the reality. And you don't have, like, okay, yes, you have the free will to walk up the stairs or run up the stairs or fall up the stairs, but the stairs exist, right? You are bound by the physical properties of reality. So
understood. And look, look, everything you say is great. So in my defense, the stairs exist, but I have the free will to create a jetpack. So I don't have to walk or crawl up the stairs at any point. I have the free will to create an elevator. So then some days I don't have to take the stairs. I can just throw a rope up the building or climb up it. You get it? The fact that I can do that right there alone, let me know I'm the only being that can do that. You get it? That's that right there. I don't know if it's proof for you, but that's my best.
But is that proof that God exists?
Yes,
I mean, how do you define God?
Look, that's proof that my God exists. You get it? Because when you look around, I'm the only one. I'm the only thing that's able to do it.
I love you, bro. I love you, bro. But I'm gonna get to some more guests. I can't get there. No. I'm sorry. I can't.
Z17.
Oh, shoot. You're right. All right.
Next.
Who's this guy? Yeah, I'm sorry, Kale. Please come right back.
He's been waiting a long time.
Shoot. All right, Z17 is next, and then Kale, you're next.
Swearsies.
I'm so sorry, people. I'm a big dum dum. All right,
Can I
Z17.
Can I first touch on the illusion of free will real quick?
Sure.
I think I've. Have you read the book Behave by Robert Sapolsky?
I'm sorry, I have not.
Okay, it's a really good explanation of why free will is an illusion, because we have the choice between the candy bar, right? But we don't have the choice in what makes us who we are to choose that candy bar in that moment. We also, if you were to rewind time, you would pick the same candy bar every time with the information and the cravings you had in that specific moment that you made the decision.
Behave by who was the author?
Robert Sapolsky. He's a primatologist and behavioral psychologist.
I'm gonna look into it. Thanks, bro. All right, what you got?
It down to me, right?
I have three reasons why God exists. Three proofs. First of all, God is an idea, and that idea exists. So God exists as an idea.
Okay.
My other proof is that, okay, if we can change out the word God for creator of the universe was created by something, whether it be the Big Bang or not. So the Big Bang could be the creator. So there's proof of a creator.
It's a stretch. I don't think. Again, only because we can't observe the Big Bang. We have a mathematical model, but we can't observe it. So again, but please continue.
Here's my third one is a mathematical probability one that doesn't reach 100%. But if you accept that we could be in a simulation, then that means the age of the universe could be 999 trillion to the 999 trillionth power older than we think it is, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah. I guess
if it's that old, then there are way more possibilities. And also, first of all, simulation is inevitable. We will inevitably get, if we don't extinct ourselves, we will get to a point where we have realistic simulations. So if the universe is infinitely old, or it could be, then there are way more possibilities of simulation than base reality. And a simulation would be what has created reality.
In hot with the cheesecake. All right, so if you think that we're in a simulation, then why bother anything?
Yeah.
Well, the simulation could be for entertainment. Maybe we're in like a utopia in the future and everything's boring because there's no drama or violence. So we enter the simulation to entertain ourselves or to appreciate our nearly immortal lives. Or it could be a simulation to pass the time in between interstellar journeys. Or it could be a simulation for other purposes.
Do you think that we're perfect?
If you're in heaven, you would get bored of utopia. You might want some drama. You might pretend to be mortal for a little bit, just so you can appreciate immortality afterwards.
So you know the movie The Matrix, right? Remember the dude that's eating the steak and he betrays the outsiders because he wants to get back in the Matrix?
Yeah.
Would you want back in the Matrix?
Yeah, maybe. If I was bored after enough time, I might want back in it.
Right?
If I get to pick that Matrix, sure.
Okay, I'm gonna give you the Matrix version of the $1 trillion coin.
Awesome. I won. Okay.
Well, don't get ahead of yourself, but we still love you.
It's faith that I won.
Oh, I was gonna give him a coin.
Oh, that was good.
It's not real, man. We're all in the Matrix. That makes sense to me.
I want you to come back and talk to us another time. All right, your turn. What you got?
All right. Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead. What's up?
I'll be right back. Okay.
Okay. Do you have children?
No, I have a 91-year-old grandmother that I take care of. Not entirely dissimilar.
Oh, okay.
What are you talking about? We have a baby giraffe.
So, my case is on if you had a kid, then you will have a better understanding of what God is.
Well, I was a kid once, and I have friends that have children.
Yeah, but it's not the same as being a parent.
I have a cat. Does that count?
Nah, that doesn't count.
No.
So you go way back when we can actually invent something that can trace our DNA right until the first ever person that walked the earth or came from the sky or whatever, then we will know God. So even me, I have a 50-50 reasoning with believing in God and not.
A 50-50. You think it's equal chance that God exists or does not exist?
Yes.
So you don't have evidence.
With my kids, since my kids were born, then I started to realize that yes, there is evidence, and it's in the DNA. It is in our DNA.
So God is an ejaculation. Is that what you're saying?
Not an ejaculation is an action.
I'm going to move on, but thanks for playing.
Okay, continue, man.
All right. All right, what you got?
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing great, but I'll get better. What's up? What you got?
Okay, so have you ever heard of well, quantum physics, right?
I do, but I don't. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
Okay.
So there is one, the split, what do they call it? The split something experiment, where they take a photon of light and they want to know if it goes in a wave or in a photon, not a photon, but a particle, right? When it moves, and they find that basically they put there's a split in this hole, and two sides, you can look in either side, and every time, 100% of the time, whatever side you look in first, that photon of light becomes a particle, and it's seen in the side that you look in 100% of
Nope.
the time.
I'm sorry. You've got it wrong already, but how is this analogous to the proof of God?
I don't know, but the baby giraffe's name is Luna. Lisa's daughter's name is Luna. I love it.
There's a book called Biocentrism by Robert Lanza, and what he suggests in there is that consciousness is creating what we're seeing, not the other way around. And I'll say this, if nothing existed, if there was just a void, would you still exist?
I don't know, if a tree falls in the woods, does it make a sound?
No,
If a man speaks in the woods and there's no woman to hear him, is he still wrong?
Yes.
So going back, right? The only thing that
Obviously,
we can prove,
yes.
the only thing that anyone can prove, and if we're going to try and create a theory, we should have a fact first. There's only one fact that we have, and it's the only one, and that's consciousness. We can't prove what we're seeing within our consciousness to be real. You can't prove it, because dreams then would be real.
Then how is it a fact and not a fact at the same time? You just said there's only one thing that we can prove, and that's consciousness. And at the same, in the same breath, you said we cannot prove that consciousness is real.
No,
do you recognize that?
That's not what I said. That's not what I said.
Okay, then please try again.
Okay, so the only thing we can prove is consciousness, not what we are seeing within our consciousness.
But we can't prove it because we could be in the Matrix. We could actually be a simulation. Now, I don't believe that we are, and I do not like simulation theory. But we can't prove it. That's part of the flaw, right? We can't prove with 100% certainty anything. All we have is a series of observations that increase the likelihood of one thing or another. That is the scientific method.
Can you deny your own existence?
I think of all the people that take their own life, and that's a form of denying your own existence, but that's not what we're talking about.
You can't prove they're real. I asked you, can you deny your own existence?
All right, I'm sorry. We're moving on. Again, nothing personal, but your timer expired. I got bored.
Can you guys hear me? Hello?
Yeah, what's up?
Oh, yeah. So you want proof that God really exists?
I definitely do.
Okay, so you like from birth, you've short about two things in life, right? Is that you have life right now, and that is short for everyone, right?
Yes.
So within the process of all of that, don't you think there's a greater being that control how we go about life every single day by waking us up?
Well, I need you to define that greater being and then show me some kind of evidence that they exist.
I would say like the sun itself is like where God is basically from. Like the sun itself is everything. If the sun does not exist.
So I can actually get behind that a little bit. I think the sun is a reasonable explanation for why we evolved on this planet, right? If this was just a frozen rock in the middle of interstellar space, then it's very unlikely that life would evolve on it had it not been for our sun. But we are not a frozen rock floating in interstellar space. We are evolving around the sun, and the sun gives us the energy that is required for all of the life on this planet to thrive.
Exactly, and the earth itself replicates something as a sort of the sun, or the crust of the earth replicated like the heat of the sun.
So what's
I
your
believe that
definition of God, though?
life itself, the energy itself is God. That it purifies everything. It's within everybody. We need it to survive.
But why not
Without
just
it,
call it energy? We could call it the sun. We could call it the energy, right?
well, we have to. Yeah, we could call it that, but we have to give it name that we gain to gain understanding. We just can't call it like it's God itself. Because
But if I had a room with 100, if I had a room with 373 people in here, hi everyone, I love you, you're the greatest. If I asked the 368 people in here to define God, I would probably get 300 well, now it's 72, 372 different answers, right? So why use the word God?
God is obviously Lisa.
Yeah, because listen, why we use the word God, because it's what we was taught. Isn't that so? We didn't came from our mother's womb with the concept in our brain to say God really exists.
So
We just
before
came by
God,
for understanding. Huh?
what did the people believe? Because
Before God.
if people didn't know of God before, and someone one day wrote down that name and said, "Now this is what we believe," and they started believing that, isn't that a creation of man?
Of course, that's a creation of man. But what we do have to prove that it really exists, the sun itself take cares of everything on this planet, right? The moon itself.
Well, the moon does a lot too. The moon moves the tides back and forth. Gravity, the force of gravity helps an awful lot. There's the
that is
strong and
more
weak
like
nuclear
the source of
force, the
science.
law of entropy, all kinds of thermodynamics that all interplay. It's not the sun alone. The sun is part of the grand soup
The sun
that
is
we
like
exist in.
80% of what you know what I'm talking, like 80%. I would say the sun is like.
Right. So the problem is the definition of the word God. Because everyone has their own definition, you can't say the word God and expect everyone to be on the same page.
I would not use the word God. I would use the word creator, because it is creating everything, right?
So wait, can that creator create something bigger than itself?
Bigger than itself. Well, we would have to see that first, but we just can work with the evidence that we have right now in front of us.
Right, but the evidence right now, how do we know that it created this?
how do we know? Because without it, we do not survive.
Right, but that says you. That's your
No,
belief. My
that
belief says
doesn't
that the
say me.
universe
That
runs on a
says
natural order,
yeah.
that we do not need a God to continue to move forward. I think
Well,
that humanity would be better off. Yes, all hail Luna. This is little Luna.
okay.
But I think
So
God is getting in the way of moving forward. Putting on, don't you love her? Isn't she so sad?
She's so sad and adorable.
She's a baby.
all right. So what you say, without if the sun, because your science prove without the sun, we do not have anything. Isn't that
What?
right?
No, we still have the Earth. We still have gravity. We have the strong and weak nuclear forces. We've got the
So
law of
even if the sun
entropy,
died out,
the
we would be here
conservation of
for
energy. We've got all the
a
things except for the
moment.
sun.
For a moment, yes, because of what the Earth absorbs. So when it runs out of that energy, that main energy source, wouldn't everything cease to exist unless we could find a replacement?
No, we still have all the energy from the radioactive isotopes that are decaying in our. I mean, part of the reason why we have a liquid core, I mean not core, but we have liquid Earth is because of the radioactive isotopes and the heat that is generated from the decay. The center of the Earth is liquid because of energy inside the Earth. It's not like the sun is the only source of energy.
No, I didn't say that, but doesn't the sun powers the Earth?
No.
The sun is the energy source that fuels
Right, but it's not like
the
it's a
winds,
battery. It's not like we're plugged into it.
or
It's not
the
what keeps us going.
what is it called when the plants photosynthesis? Yeah, photosynthesis would stop without the sun for sure. Yes, but that's not the only source of energy that we have.
So, but it's a main source of energy that we need to survive.
But is it God?
But I would say it is, because
There
if
are
you cannot
creatures
survive
on this
without it,
earth that survive without sun.
All right, what is uranium? Is uranium God too?
no, I wouldn't say that, because
But
uranium
uranium is a radioactive isotope that fuels all kinds of light bulbs. Like this light bulb is possibly partially fueled with uranium.
All
but is
hail the
that
sun
energy
god.
pure as the sun?
I'm sorry, I'm bored. Try again later.
Okay.
We've got
Thank
so
you,
many
come again.
guests waiting.
You
Thank you,
are
come
the
again.
biggest link.
It's nothing personal. We're just moving on. Oh my goodness. My bladder is getting full, so we're gonna have to wrap this up before too long. Hello.
Someone said why is there AD, BC,
Actually,
and AD?
I could take a bathroom break if you want to fly the
Yeah.
ship for a few minutes.
I got this. Go. Be free. Release the
Can
Kraken.
you add or kick people? I don't think you can.
I cannot.
No. All right, one more caller. Then I'm gonna take a quick break. We're all gonna have a little smoke them if you got them, and then I'll be back. Okay?
Chelsea's gonna have a brief discussion about Lisa.
Yeah. All right.
Can
The
we do a
floor is
restart?
yours.
Quick question: am I talking to both of you guys or just the host?
We're kind of a tag team, but you absolutely have to convince Brian to get the trillion.
Yeah.
Tag
Yeah.
team.
It's kind of like I'm Hulk Hogan and she is Vince McMahon
referee.
coming in with a chair when I'm bored. We're distracted.
To be clear, in order to get the $1 trillion, the crown that was on my head, it was very valuable. We sold the big diamond out of it to get the $1 trillion.
All right. Well, first, let's define what God are you talking about, right? Are we talking about the Abrahamic God? Are we talking about a definition you have of God? The definition I have of God, God in general. So what God are you referring to?
Yeah, neither of us, Chelsea or I, believe that God exists. So it's entirely up to you to define and prove God's existence.
Oh, okay. So if I define and prove God's existence, then I win.
Sure.
Fairly easy. All right. So
No pressure.
no pressure, right? So in order to make sure it's clear, right? Let's start with God's qualities that I learned. Okay, as a Christian, then I started all the religions. But basically, God, they say there's a few qualities, right? It's the beginning of the end. It's the creator. God is in everything and is everywhere and knows everything, right? These are some of the qualities that I learned about God. You know, it cannot be destroyed. It was never created, right? And it's everywhere and it creates everything. That's basically the idea of God. Do you agree with that?
I will grant it for the sake of this conversation. Yes, please continue.
Okay, well, if that, no, you can't grant it. Either you agree with it or not, because then otherwise we got a scapegoat. Would you say those are the qualities of God? Or are there different qualities you add or subtract?
Right, but
If those are your qualities of God, then we can work with that. But it doesn't mean, like, I need you to prove their existence before I warrant a belief in that God. So now's your opportunity.
You don't need to believe it. I mean, I can tell you about the God I'm talking about, show you
Right,
the
but
evidence.
that's
You
like
tell
me
me if
telling.
that. See, this is the reason why I was saying, who am I talking to? Because otherwise, it's going to get chaotic.
Here's the
All right,
thing.
Chelsea, zip it. No, I'm sorry.
No, I don't want to be rude. You know what I'm saying? Seriously, because
Well,
otherwise it's going to
here's
be a
the thing
scream
though, is
match. You see
that
what I mean?
if you're gonna say things like that, you have to say like, well, here's the defining qualifications of Santa Claus. He delivers presents and he goes around the world all in one night. And now prove that to me because this is his qualifications. This is the specifications of Santa Claus.
Right. So what I'm trying to establish is that if I can show you that the qualifications of God that we talked about, that defined, and then I can show you what God is that actually has those qualities, would you agree that we can call that God?
I'm so sorry. I really need to pee.
Go pee out.
Go.
Okay,
Chelsea,
I'm gonna trust you two to have a rational discussion. I am leaving for about 40
praise
seconds.
be upon my sister
All right,
Paige.
make a quick pee.
I
All
praise
right.
be upon Talisa.
So yeah, I'm trying to establish the qualities that most people have of God. From a Christian point of view, from an Abrahamic point of view, that's what God qualities are, right? He's the beginning, the end, was never created, cannot be destroyed. It's eternal, it's infinite, it's in control of everything, it's everywhere, and it created everything. Did I miss anything? Would you agree with that? Disagree with that?
Is he inside of our universe or outside of our universe? That's important.
It's within reality.
Oh, well, that's at least good. I can
Yeah.
agree with that for this conversation.
Okay. So that was my idea from a Christian upbringing, right? Then I studied all the religions and I'm searching from God and God's qualities. It wasn't until I went back to school when I was 45 that I actually realized something. When I went back to school for environmental science, I studied science, and then I came across the definition of energy. Now, earlier, a guy mentioned it, but he got stuck on the sun. Now, energy actually has the same qualities and it's the same definition as God. Energy cannot be created nor destroyed. There's a balance of energy in the universe that's always stable. And energy was never created. It's infinite, is eternal, created everything, it's in everything, and it's everywhere. Now, we have consciousness, there's consciousness, so I'm just assuming that because we have consciousness and we're made of this energy, that this energy, this ocean of energy throughout reality, right, is conscious. Now, this ocean of energy throughout reality is what I realized was the idea of God. But then I found out that there's this belief called pantheism. And it talks about the same thing, where they believe that the universe, or I call it reality, right, is God. So everything is God. Everything's conscious. So
Right,
because
but
everything is God and
that's not a
everything's
proof of
conscious,
God,
we
though.
have no free will. Okay. which is an automatic pilot, because all that actually exists is this ocean of energy. I'm sorry, what did you say?
But that's not a proof of God, just because something doesn't have a beginning or an end. And we don't
No.
know that those things didn't happen naturally. We don't know that the universe
What
didn't
didn't
have a
happen
beginning.
naturally? Energy?
No, we don't know that the universe didn't have a beginning. We don't know what didn't happen before Planck time. We don't know that it wasn't a natural cycle.
Okay, well, here it is. I said that the definition that we had of God, right, lines up perfectly with the definition of energy. Okay.
Right, but to say that he created something.
No, I never said he.
Or they, or it.
No, creation happened. And creation happened through energy. Energy
Hi, pretty girl.
is the basis of creation. Welcome back.
Right, but to say creation implies a creator.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't.
How does it not imply a creator to say creation?
Well, the creator would be that. Anyways, really quick, going back to the host, right? What I told her was this. I had a definition of God when I was a Catholic Christian growing up and all that. God is the beginning and the end. God was never created. It can never be destroyed. God is infinite. God is eternal. God is in everything, created everything, knows everything. Okay? So that's what I believe from a religious point of view. When I went back to school and I studied science, I realized that the definition of energy is the same one as God. The energy of the universe is imbalanced.
Right, but if you ask 386 people what their definition of God is, they would all give you a different definition.
Well, here's the definition that I told you. I told you it was a definition from a Christian Catholic point of view.
Right, but your point of view is not...
Energy can neither be destroyed nor created, and you're defining God as the energy that cannot be destroyed nor created.
Okay,
so
but what about the monkey god Hanuman?
But right.
Call it pantheism. I found out about this after I realized this. I found out that there's actually a whole belief system called pantheism, right? Where they believe that the universe is God.
It's everything is God. So if anything is outside of God, that's not God. It has to. Everything by definition is part of God. But that's intellectually lazy, in my opinion.
Actually, if you look at this, I know you know about quantum mechanics, right?
Not really.
Okay, so you know that there's a difference. There's a quantum field, right, that collapses into that particle when it's measured. All right.
Do you want to see the quantum field that Lisa traveled to get outside the universe to get inside the universe?
No, I'm not a physicist. I know Newtonian physics to a limited degree, but I am not a quantum physicist.
So here's the thing: the quantum field, right? Let's say it's just a little cloud of energy. The quantum field is a little cloud of energy that, when measured, boom, the measuring causes it to look at it as one unit. All right.
Measuring causes.
Yeah, when you measure it, it creates a particle. It's my belief that it's the measuring tool that looks at it as a particle. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Someone wants you to define a quantum equation.
A quantum equation. All right. Tell them that there's Google as your friend.
Yes.
But here's what I'm trying to get at, right?
Okay. 30. You got 30 seconds.
Okay. So all the energy that creates everything, if you look at it as one unit, one ocean of energy, right? And everything is ruled by cause and effect. All right. Meaning, if everything has cause and effect from the beginning, and everything's a notion of energy, right? First of all, there's no free will because of that. And second, this ocean flow of energy that is just happening, right, has no beginning, no end, always happens in the present moment, right? So I would define my God, which fits my Christian beliefs, God, two qualities of God, as the collective, quantum field of the eternal now. And that is God. Does that exist? Obviously,
Well,
it does.
I hope you can write a paper, get it peer-reviewed, and win a Nobel Prize. And I want you to come back again, and we'll continue this conversation.
Up next
I
is
don't want
Lime,
to...
by the way.
Lime? Okay. I don't want to kick you because I'm bored, because I'm not bored. I want to continue talking, but I'm sorry, your time is up. It's just the nature of tonight's program.
Guido would like us to know that that was most definitely not the definition of energy.
That's why I want to continue that conversation. Sup, Lime? What's on your mind?
Thank you. Thank you for letting me get a shot at this. I think I see a place where this can be resolved and parts where it's hitching up. But I want to reiterate a couple of stances really quick, and I'll run through them really fast, and I'll just write down the answers that you give. So if I can define God anyway, and I have to prove He exists, my first definition of God is that I am God, and I exist because I'm talking to you right now.
Okay.
So I just prove that I exist.
Right, but how do you prove that you are God?
That's a good question. How would I prove that I am God?
Well, that's a good question. How would you prove that you are God?
I just revealed myself to you, so you can accept it.
Right.
I'm telling you that I'm God, and
I know.
I'm revealing it to you.
All right, smart guy. All right, smart ass. Now, I know that we set ourselves up for a trap. I know. Because anybody can define God any way they please, and they can be internally consistent. Yeah.
Yeah, and so I'm God. I'm revealing myself to you, and to the TikTok live. Here I am. You guys see me? Hello.
All right, so you can DM me your address, and I'll send you the $1 trillion coin.
All right, I will. I'll send you my PO box just in case I get doxxed.
Hey, no, I ain't out here to dox anyone.
Wait, what happened to the girl? She thought that she was gonna ask me a question, and then she left.
Yeah, her internet is crap, so I'm gonna invite her back in as soon as I see her in the request box. There she is now.
Cool. Yeah, I think she was gonna ask me a question. I was curious what she was saying.
It's all good, man.
I be getting kicked like it's my job.
It's not me. I'm not touching anything.
No, it's not you. I swear to you, it's our Chinese overlords. It's the rudest thing ever. All hail our Chinese overlords.
It sounded like you were going to ask me a question before you got...
I was. So if you are God, how would you debate Lisa when she has clearly come forth and defined that she is God?
Oh, we're both God.
How exactly would you like to fight Lisa and Luna?
Wait, no. We are in harmony. We're two gods who are in perfect harmony.
You're going to tell Lisa? You gonna fight Lisa like that?
Are you this majestic? You don't appear to be this majestic.
That is actually one of my other forms, actually. I'm surprised you found that one. That's
How
actually,
dare you? I personally photographed Lisa myself.
I don't know.
Maybe you were photographing, who is it? Lime?
Yeah, you're photographing me. You just didn't know it. It was like, you saw into your inner soul, and then when you projected it onto the screen, then it was like, wow, this is like we're like mirror images of each other. We're like twin gods. And
I do start to see the little bit of the mane there. Yeah, you know what?
All right, my guy. I got a lot of guests, and I love you. So DM me, and I'll send you the coin.
Please come back.
Okay.
If you don't sign that coin, Bri.
Do you want to know what this coin is? I've been fondling this all day. This thing made a bunch of my green molds because it's supposed to rehydrate some really dry green, and it pissed me off. So it's been sitting in my desk for months. And
I'm uncomfortable with the way that you referred to handling it. I'm gonna be real.
Yeah. All right, what's up? It's your turn. Go.
Oh, can you hear me?
Not very well, so please speak into your microphone.
Yo, can you hear me now?
Better, yes, thank you. Better. Go ahead.
Okay, I guess I have some proof. I don't think it's necessarily proof, but so there's always a balance, right? So there's light and there's darkness. There's happiness, there's sadness. There's turning off your phone and turning on your phone. So there's nothingness and there's everything. So in order for there to not be a God, there also has to be a God.
Does there have to be a Santa Claus?
In another dimension, maybe there's no Santa
I don't care.
Claus.
I don't care about other dimensions. I care about this dimension. Does there have to be a Sasquatch or Bigfoot?
But there doesn't have to be nothing, just like there doesn't have to be everything.
But by your logic, nothing has to exist.
But at the same time, if nothing has to exist, everything has to exist.
See, this is an infinite regress. We are stuck in an infinite regress.
That's like saying
Absurdum ad infinitum. This
So
is
God makes
absurdity into infinity.
so God makes a bigger God to lift that God that can make a bigger God that can fight that God that can make a bigger God that can fight that God.
Not even that. It's like
No,
God
that's not
doesn't
what I'm
exist
saying.
and God does exist, and God necessarily has to exist because God doesn't exist. This is absurdum
yes.
ad infinitum. This is absurdity into
Isn't that
infinity.
so absurd?
Once again, the cat is no
That is
longer dead
so
or alive, so the
freaking-
cat must be alive, right? No.
Try again next week.
You are the weakest link.
Hello.
Hi, it's your turn. Go ahead.
Okay. Are you not best example that God exists?
What's your best evidence? Yeah, go.
Okay. Let's say, who created you? What do you think?
My mama and my papa.
Okay, very nice. Do you think the sperm of your father is so smart to created you?
I
Yeah,
think sperm is part of the evolutionary process. It is a necessary ingredient to the soup that led to me.
and we have proof that sperm actually can hunt and track
Okay.
out an egg and actually makes choices.
Can you explain
Yeah.
me if you can create something from nothing?
Actually, we've done that. We've recreated the very beginning of. Oh, Brian, help me out
Well,
here.
for example, scientists like Miller and Urey, the Miller-Urey experiment has taken inorganic compounds and created a condition in the lab experiment where they created complex organic compounds, which suggests that life can arise out of non-life. And furthermore, there's also reason to believe that life can exist from outside of our planet and be brought to us through meteors and such. And in fact, we have observed organic compounds on meteorites before they hit the Earth. This is called the panspermia model.
Okay. If I ask you, I don't need your trillion. If I can ask you, I give you $2 trillion if you give me your eyes. Will you give me your eyes to me?
I prefer to see, thank you.
I mean, I could make a quick buck.
Believe me.
Can I are you offering 1.5 trillion if I give you one of my eyes? Because I might be convinced.
No. If
To
you
be
give
clear,
me
$20 is $20.
Listen. Someone who is creator, who knows everything created all around us. You can think about sun. I'm sorry, English is much not
It's okay. It's okay.
mother tongue. I am from Albania and
No,
I'm
you're
just
actually
learning
doing
from
really
movies.
good.
I'm learning just from movies. If
You're
sun,
learning from movies. You're doing really well.
yes, thank you. In school I learned German.
I was
If
like, I
sun,
consider myself an amateur linguist. You're doing quite well, my friend.
thank you so much. What about if the sun is 3 inches closer to the Earth? Can we exist here?
Yes.
Yes. How?
Definitely.
We will burn.
Let me tell you a fact about our orbit around the sun. Our orbit is not constant distance. Our orbit changes a lot. if you look at our orbit, it is not a perfect circle. It is an ellipse, which means it has a minimum and a maximum distance. Every year, we have a minimum and maximum distance away from the sun. So the idea that 3 inches would change the parameters of life is not a good example. This is
That's how
not
we get summer and winter.
Okay,
right.
what do you think about? Because I am Muslim, bro, and we believe God exists. What about the air?
What about
Do you
the
see
age?
air? You know,
Air, yeah, like air, yeah.
Okay, air. Do you see air?
Yes.
You see with your eyes?
Yeah.
How, man? I don't see.
So I live
Oxygen.
in a
I
very
mean
cold.
oxygen.
I live in a very cold climate, and when I step outside sometimes and it's cold enough, when I exhale, I can see the water vapor in the air. I can see the air. I can see my breath
I'm outside
exhale.
right now, and it is
Okay,
below 30,
but
and I can see my breath.
okay, but I here where I live is not so cold. I don't see it. Can you touch air?
You can in fact,
Yeah.
you can actually freeze oxygen and compress
Right
it
now.
down.
If you freeze it, yes, but can you touch it?
No,
Can you grab it with
we're
your hand?
touching air right now. Like look at my
Do you
hands.
realize that? Do you
My
realize
hands are
that
touching air. I
gas is
can
just a liquid? Like
I
gas
go
is a
like this.
liquid. We are in fact touching it.
Okay,
Go
do
like this. You
okay,
can feel the air.
okay, man. You're
Here's
very
the
funny.
air.
You
You're
can
very
move
funny.
it too.
Listen to me. Listen to me.
Fly a paper airplane.
How about wireless?
How
Do
about
you see
what?
wireless? Wireless.
Wireless? Oh, like the electromagnetic. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, my friends. We're done. We're
Can you
not
see
getting anywhere.
electricity?
Yes, we can actually hear. So that we can actually make
Can you see
music with electricity.
Brian? Did you know that you can see electricity? Did you know?
Did you know that you can see my chopstick? Look, it's
Okay,
chopstick.
so
Ta-da!
I want someone to know if they take their hand and they put it over a candle. Even if they go up really high, can you feel the hot air? Because you're not touching the flame, you are in fact feeling the air get hot. So, in fact, my friend, you are feeling the air.
But don't try it on TikTok because you might get instantly bans. Don't ask me why I know that. Banana.
Please do not play with fire. It is dangerous and you should not do it on the internet. Right, Brian?
That's right. Do not play with fire on TikTok. You might get bananaed. Hello, welcome. What's on your minds?
Yes, hello. What are your names? Because I didn't catch your names before.
Brian and Chelsea. Please continue.
Okay, good evening. I would argue that there is scientific evidence for something that cannot be scientifically proven.
How do you square a circle like that?
Yeah. I think it is reasonable to argue that you could prove God's existence when it's contingent upon the truth of a testimony of God.
But testimony is not proof. Testimony is a form of evidence. It is allegorical evidence. Anecdotal, right. It is anecdotal evidence. But anecdotal evidence is the weakest form of evidence.
I agree.
Okay.
Which is why when you take like a case and somebody has a witness, it's the first thing that's thrown out is the anecdotal evidence. Yeah.
I totally agree, but I'm not arguing that the testimony is the evidence. The scientific evidence is an artifact, an archaeological artifact of something that is miraculous.
Such as?
Are you aware with the Shroud of Turin?
That has never left the Vatican or been tested or ever been touched by anyone else. Yes.
Are you familiar with the Russell's teapot?
Russell's teapot in the sky, you mean?
Yeah. Do you know it exists, right?
Well, can I pick? Can I?
I took a picture for you. Did you know, Brian? I took a picture for you.
Chelsea's? Is it Chelsea? I forgot. But is it Chelsea?
Yes, dear, it is.
Can I pick up on what you said? Like you said, it hasn't been tested on, but there's been a scientific team. It's called the scientific team on. It's STIRP.
So
The acronym is STIRP. They've been
so
studying it
just
for over
because
40 years.
just because
It,
there is a very old piece of clothing that has been held by the Vatican and kept in pristine condition does not mean that it has some kind of holy value. It does in
no,
fact
that's
mean
not
that
my
they
argument.
kept
That's
right,
not
but
my
it does
argument.
mean that they kept very good care of a piece of clothing. Why? I'm not really sure. Do we
But
know that it is extremely old? Yes. Do we have proof that it's extremely old? Yes. Do we know that it touched anyone of value? No. Will they let anyone of actual scientific value touch it?
okay, but
No.
what is the miracle that is being associated with this artifact?
Supposedly it was on Jesus, supposedly.
Yeah, and even if
Exactly.
it was,
So
let's grant you that the reality that it was Jesus's robe. How does that
no, no, no.
prove Jesus was God or God
Well,
exists?
no. This is not the logical jumps that I'm going to make, but there's an image on the shroud. That image has been photographed for the first time in 1898 and a second time 40 years later.
Right,
But
but
I will
the
wait.
image of a face on something where we think that someone died, that would be more proof that he did not rise because it takes days and days and days for bodily
Well,
fluid to seep out of your body to leave an
we
image
can
like that
just
into a piece of cloth.
we can just ignore like that he raised or anything. Let's just the explanation, the scientific explanation of the image on the shroud.
Right,
They
but we
cannot
don't we don't contest that Jesus was a man. Jesus of Nazareth, we do believe that there was a
you're
Jew that
yes,
did
but you're not
exist and
really
was very
Chelsea. With all due respect, but you're not really answering what I'm saying. There's an image on the shroud. It has certain properties, and the scientific community that has been studying it, it's the most studied artifact in the history of
There,
archaeology.
okay.
let me break it to
They
you. Let me break it to you real simple. There's no respectable scientific group studying the Shroud of Turin. There isn't. If there
There is
was,
well,
then it would be
there is
under scrutiny. And the
there is
well,
Catholic
it
one
Church
is.
does not want to allow scrutiny because it would
There are many.
disprove their myth. The Shroud of Turin is a red herring. It's a
okay,
red herring.
so there is in fact a piece of cloth. There is a clothing that is very, very old. But we find things like that in the pyramids all the time. It's just it hasn't been sealed and pressed and kept in the vaults of the Vatican. So that's great that we have an old piece of clothing and you can try and connect it to whoever you want. Exactly. We have Terence the Trilobite. I was like, that's great. That's really nice. It's super old, but it's dated old enough to know that, yeah, there were people around there that wore clothes. Congratulations. Like, good
Yeah.
job. You proved people wore clothes. Uh-huh. Good job.
And if you're going to believe the Shroud of Turin is somehow evidence that the rest of the Bible is right, and I'm making an assumption here, but the Bible would claim that the entire globe was flooded some 6,000 years ago or 5,000 years ago, and we have direct evidence that refutes that claim. So, like Terence is more than 6,000 years old. He's approximately 333 million years old. But I
Boo Boo says she
digress.
has proof. Let's do this, man.
All right, Boo Boo, you're up.
I think it's a she. I'm sorry
Bobo.
if I'm wrong.
Bobo. I see Bobo.
You're right. I'm wrong. I saw a cat. I got excited.
Jesus is no real, you stupid bitch.
What's that?
Wow.
I didn't hear that. You didn't come in too
Something's
clear.
something stupid bitch.
Yeah. I heard is this how you want to represent yourself? Is this the best you can do? Is this
That's how we represent Jesus. Oh my
yeah,
god.
if your endeavor is to show us wrong, then you should try to come with facts and proof instead of insults. That's pretty illustrative of your behavior. But you don't even know what those words mean.
Someone of great Islamic knowledge wants to come next, but I didn't see who it was. Hold on. Working on it. Okay, Catman says, okay, I have proof. No, bro, you call me a bitch. I ain't playing like that. You see the crown? I wear the crown. It says ABDUL.
I'm sorry, I was looking for Boo Boo to ban them.
No, let Boo Boo in. I want to say more words.
Nah, we don't have time for that. The audience deserves more respect than whatever Boo Boo has to offer. Hello. Hello.
How are you?
What you got for us?
Before this live, I wrote some evidence on a page that I want to read to you.
Please speak into your microphone if you aren't.
Sorry, hello. So before this live, I wrote on a page some evidence that I'd like to share with you.
Okay.
Okay. So wait, just to clarify, in case, I'm a Muslim, by the way, so I believe in God and the messenger of God. So
Yeah, you've got about 3 minutes to go. Go, go, go.
Oh, you poor young indoctrinated. It says boy. It says boy. He muted himself. I don't know if he knows he did that.
Yeah, you're muted, my friend.
Me?
Yes.
Yeah, all right, we can hear you now. Go. 3 minutes, go.
All right.
All right, there's a mushroom, and he's definitely next. I'm sorry, kid. You're out.
I see Red Pill wants to come in, too.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about, the little mushroom. Au revoir.
Yo, how's it going?
I'm
Welcome.
sorry, kid.
Show me what you got.
Okay, so you want irrevocable, no argument proof?
I want
God
your best
doesn't
evidence. I want
Well,
your
I mean,
absolute best.
Okay, well, I'm gonna tell you what. I used to believe in the universe and everything was all this and that, and then
You used to believe in the universe?
yeah, once I found
But
out
you
the
don't
Earth was
believe in the
flat.
universe
Yeah,
anymore?
I'm a flat earther. I'm a flat earther.
All right, and
Interesting.
Fluffy is next, just so you know.
But listen,
Copy that.
Okay, but why do you don't give me 5? Do I not get 3 minutes?
All right,
Are you that
I'll give you 3, or
Let me
at
explain to you.
tops.
Let me explain to you. Okay, let me explain to you.
Tops.
There's so much proof. There's so much proof that we're not spinning and we're not on a ball. Everything you get about space and everything you know comes from people looking through a telescope.
Do
They
you know
look
that
through
it depends where you are?
No, wait, hold on.
Please, give me my 3
Let him go.
minutes. Give me my 3
Let him
minutes.
go.
The Earth,
this hurts
the
me
sun
so
and the
much.
moon are yin and yang. The sun and the moon are the same size. There's been scientific proof of that. Now, I used to not believe it.
Same size?
Yeah, absolutely. You can't even see. How do you do? You everything you know about that, you take NASA's word for it.
All
You
right,
don't do your own research about the size of the sun and the moon. Go ahead.
Question for you. There are a few points along the equator where I can stand on the top of a mountain and see both the North Star and the Southern Star at the same time.
Listen, they say that we're spinning. They say that we're spinning at 1,000 miles per hour, orbiting the sun, chasing this, that. But the stars are always in the same space since eternity. I'm gonna tell you why God.
Nope.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I value my audience's time and sanity too much.
So it hurts me so bad because we now have astronauts and we have people that are out in space, and to discredit their work and their lives, we have had people that have unalived because of astronaut. Rocket failure occurs. Think about all of the animals that were put into space and that had to be tested upon. Think about all of the lives that were lost. So to discredit all of them by saying that the Earth is flat and to distrust the government that much. I'm not saying that there aren't things that are not being told to us. You're not wrong, okay? But to tell the whole world that you think it's absolutely flat, I have a little sister. She also thinks the world is flat, and I continue to have this conversation with her regularly. But guess what? The Earth and the moon are not the same size, and we can use these cool things called our eyes and put them into telescopes, and we can look, and we can, just because you don't understand doesn't mean that the smartest people aren't working on this. I promise you, the best guy is on it, and the best people, they're doing the research. But guess what? It's been 200 years since the consensus was that the Earth was flat, and we've moved past that because we now know, and we have, let me say it, evolved to the point of intelligence, hopefully, that we as a human race have been able to leave the planet and look back and see this beautiful wet rock that is just flying through space. To think that we are somehow a, I don't know, science experiment inside of a, I don't know, snow globe. I truly don't understand what they think.
I should get the pale blue dot as a background just for this kind of conversation. So I'm convinced that there are two types of flat earthers. The first type are the lawyers, the people who love to argue. They will argue for the sake of arguing. They are so titillated, so motivated, so enthralled in the process of arguing that they believe that they can argue anything, any ridiculous notion. For example, they think that they can argue that the Earth is flat. And the second type of flat earther are the simpletons who believe that their arguments are genuine. They believe that the Earth is flat because that's what they see. That's what they observe. They can't put themselves into a telescope and actually observe the shape of the heavenly bodies around us.
Someone
now the
said
question,
let them believe. Hold on.
Let them believe.
Someone said let them believe. No, because those people are allowed to vote, and they're allowed to vote on our science programs and how we teach our children. And the consensus cannot be what people think is best. It needs to be what's best for our planet. It needs to be what's best for humanity. And if we let stupid people make stupid decisions about that actually affects our children, our planet. Oh my God, I can't. Someone just said,
Yeah, that's like saying that vaccines are a hoax. And if you
That's
believe
like saying
that,
there's
then
microchips that people truly care about tracking you. You carry around a cell phone all day, people. I promise you. They know already. No one needs to put anything in your arm. They don't care. They care about what
Right.
you're buying, not where you are.
Anyway, let's get back to a simple topic like God. All right, show me what you got.
What do you believe made the universe exist?
No, it's not question and answer. This is your chance to win the $1 trillion coin.
Show him, Brian. Show him.
Yes, ma'am.
I will show you, okay? I was there at the beginning. You don't
Oh.
understand. People have such a hard time. I was there. I look fabulous for my age. I know. It's hard to believe. This is Lisa. Okay? She created the universe.
God laughs at people like you. How do you know that God laughs at people like me? I'm sorry, I'm getting distracted by the chat. All right, show me what you got. What you got? Go for it.
They're saying he laughs at you. He doesn't laugh at anybody. That's not how that works. In the Bible, it says, in the full, in his heart, the full says God is not real. That's where they're saying that. I've read that myself. The Bible's been mistranslated 200 times. There's no...
The Bible also says to stone your children in the streets if they talk back to you. It also says don't eat shellfish. It also says don't plant dislikes crops next to each other.
Yeah, it also says don't let your wife cut their hair. It says a lot of dumb stuff because it wasn't written in English and there wasn't words.
It instructs you to fetch a fair price for your... So what's your point?
Yeah, this is why I want to learn Old Hebrew, because that's what they originally wrote it in. I don't think I could know the
Ooh,
100%
okay,
truth
yeah.
until
See,
I
here's the
learned
thing.
ancient Hebrew.
See, that's the thing. Going to the sources, learning the original Hebrew is a good place to start. Finding out what the texts actually say and learning them for yourselves is a great place to go. Because trying to trust somebody that they translated it correctly is a
Yeah,
hard
if you go
thing.
Google, are cigarettes a sin? It's going to say yes and no, like 8 different times. Whoever paid Google to be at the top of the list is going to be at the top of the list. You can't
Right?
trust
Yeah,
everything there.
But
exactly.
yeah.
So wait, so
So you
if you
I
know
don't
these,
have Shut up! I'm not
so if you
talking to
know
you.
these things,
My actual Google went off.
so wait,
you
if you
need to
know these
rename it
things, then
something like Ziggy.
I did. Hey.
Yeah.
All right. Here's your chance. What you got? What's your best evidence? Go.
There's laws themselves that say you cannot create or destroy matter. And if you went back, the Big Bang, whatever you want to believe it is, there's no way there wasn't some external force creating that. It's impossible. There would be no reason for life in the universe and everything to exist.
I have another hypothesis. You ready?
Yeah.
Maybe all of the matter and time and space and everything has existed into infinitum, forever, into infinity.
What's weird is I think a weird thing about time, we just named it, it's just a measurement. Cells move and they live and they go on. We just measure that. It's not really, I don't know how you could say time is even real, because it's just a measurement. We say it's been 10 minutes, because our brain acknowledges that time has passed, and we have something on our phone that measures the sun and the earth spinning.
Yeah.
It's not, that's why I always question the whole space-time and traveling faster than light speed. Because light does have its speed, and that's where we get most of our time, is our perception of light. Have you looked into anything about quantum physics?
Oh, here we go again. No, I know nothing about quantum physics. Zero. I'm ignorant. Please tell me.
No, I was just going to say, quantum physics is any physics, basically, that you cannot physically see as a human being on any scale. How could we have created that? How could that physics have been created? You keep going smaller and smaller. There's no way that a human being can perceive
That's right. We know Lisa the rainbow giraffe created everything. She pooped a universe out, and here we are. Leaf be upon her.
Why do you... What?
Sorry, people. I can't help it sometimes. So much background
Hey,
noise.
something's going on. I gotta be right back.
Okay. Show me what you
I'm
got.
gonna ask you one question.
Do it.
Do you know who Anthony Flew is?
I do not.
You do not?
That's correct. I do not.
Okay, he was the biggest world atheist. And
the biggest world atheist? How heavy was he?
Yeah, just search. Like, he was popular
Like,
at
was
that
he
time.
really, really fat? Is that what you mean? Biggest?
Oh my god.
I've heard of big people before, but how do you quantify the biggest world atheist?
Don't be stupid. Don't be stupid.
Well, that was your opportunity, and that's what you did. Show me what you got.
I'll see what I can do, buddy. So, I'm not the biggest religious person out there. I'll give it that. I believe in science. It is what it is. But what I can tell you, man, is there's God and there's Jesus. I believe Jesus, of course. Lived. Influenced a lot of people. Big movement. Changed the world. and lives on through everybody from what he did. You mean the examples, kind of like some Buddha stuff or something like that. You mean just something like that. You mean, and because he did that, he lives in all of us. Not, I mean, religiously, yeah. You know what I mean, but like if you want to get down to it, you know what I mean, like the choices he made influence all of us. You know what I mean? So
just like Julius Caesar, just
exactly.
like
You're
Constantine,
exactly right.
just like Abraham Lincoln, just like George W. Bush. But how do you prove God exists with all of that?
You can't. I mean, I'm not. You see, God and Jesus, they're two different people, right? Yeah. No.
So say you.
Yeah, exactly. All right, you're right. I mean, what I'm getting at is that the guy existed, right? You know what I mean? Whether he was a god or not, you know what I mean? We can't prove it, you know what I mean? But what we can prove, you know what I mean, is the guy was he was just phenomenal. You know what I mean? He changed us, he taught us what right and wrong was, he influenced us all. You know what I mean? So I'm not saying that he's up there staring at us right now telling you that you're fucking up, you know what I mean, you're going to hell. None of that, you know what I mean? I just believe, you know what I mean, just like you said, you know what I mean, like Julius Caesar, all that, you know what I mean, if you're a very powerful, influential person, you know what I mean, and your reach is very far, you know what I mean, you're going to influence people, you know what I mean?
Question.
Yeah.
Do you think Jesus was the Son of God?
I see. That's where you got me. You know what I mean, because that's where you jump deep into religion right there. You know what I mean, and I don't want to go that way. I want to. You know what I mean? It's just I believe that he used that. You know what I mean? That not that he used that, but that you know what I mean. That
let me
was
share.
his movement.
Let me share a thought with you.
Okay.
So I think that Jesus was a person. I think we have enough evidence to warrant the reasonable expectation that Jesus was a Jew who had some pretty progressive thoughts, you know, on women's and their role in the in religion and society. I also think that Jesus was a apocalyptic preacher, and he created a following that blew into the religion that we now know as Christianity.
A whole bunch of religions. Yeah, I got you.
Right. Like Mormonism wouldn't exist had it not been for Jesus's existence, right?
Yep.
So the question is, at what point do we say, all right, he was a good dude to a degree, but he also said some things that were like, do you believe that he said, keep the old law? Do you think that Jesus said that we should pay attention to the Tanakh and the Torah and keep the old law? Because he did in Matthew. I think it was chapter 6, 6:5. Anyway, that's not the point. The point is really, how do we know what Jesus said, and what do we examine in the Bible that Jesus said but wasn't actually what Jesus said? Like, how do we determine? How do we determine truth from fiction? And that's what I'm trying to figure out here. So yeah, I will grant all day long that Jesus was a person, but that doesn't get us any step closer to whether or not Jesus was a God, the Son of God, whether God exists, etc., etc.
You got me. Yeah.
All right, man. Well, come back again for another chat.
All right, buddy.
Moving on. I got a lot of guests. I want to take someone new. I think how one is new. All right. Connecting.
Hi, guys.
Show me what you got.
Hi. First of all, I want to say hi. How are you doing today?
I'm excellent, but I'll get better. Thank you. How are you?
I'm doing great as well. So, this is my first time joining anything like this. I'm not a big believer in God, per se, but I want to say something that I really wanted to say to somebody like you. I don't know why we have to use facts and logic when talking about God. Isn't that faith? What's the difference between faith and logic? I believe in science. If something is proven by science, I believe that's it. The world is round, gravity is real, we are not on a flat earth. But basic sense that I feel like when I read the Bible, that I got that we want to care for each other, that we want to love each other, and we basically want to go through hard times. The world was not this easy in 2,000 years ago. We can all agree on that. We needed a lot of
Sure.
faith, and we need the faith now, right? So I'm not sure what do we get with bashing people. I believe in bad people in religion. I feel like people destroyed the religion in a massive sense. The Dark Ages and all that shit. I believe priests did horrible things, but basic concepts of things that people do
Okay.
that
Yep.
when you look at it is good, right?
Here's my answer. I think it's important. It's fundamentally important to endeavor in the quest to believe and to understand as many true claims as possible and simultaneously reject as many untrue or not true claims as possible. The reason is because incredible harm can be done to the human species and all the other species that we live with because of bad beliefs. Bad beliefs, bad failed epistemologies like faith. I sincerely believe that faith is a failed epistemology. You cannot arrive to truth through faith. Faith is a failed epistemology, and I have all the examples in the world to prove my case. We have the opportunity to inflict incredible harm to people through faith. For example, if you think that an irreversible mutilation to the genitalia of an infant helps that
You went too far.
child or person.
Yeah, I understand that. Just one second. I'm sorry for.
Nope. I'm sorry. I'm going to continue this rant because it's fundamentally important, and I thank you for the opportunity to go on this rant. You will never find an atheist. I mean, I should never say never. Never say never, right? The concept of permanently changing the genitalia of an infant is almost universally a religious experience, right? You will have people of all kinds of religion altering the otherwise perfect person, right, in the image of God, to have a covenant with this God, thus changing their biology, their body, against their will, not even asking their will. We're talking about infants here. We're talking about a permanent alteration to the genitalia of infants because your religion told you to do it. This is a form of harm for religious purposes. And it infuriates me. I am angry to no end because of the irreversible harm religion does to innocent children. This is not a mistake. This is not I'm not making this up. This happens to male and female and everything in between because of religion. Because of religion, children are being irreversibly harmed. And I, as a thinking, caring person, take great objection to that practice. So, if you want to convince me why it's sacred, why it's necessary, then you can attempt to do that. But I think you're absolutely nuts.
Can you hear me?
I can. Show me what you got.
Okay, sweet. So I would like to talk on the point that I don't think anyone has ever thought of, but never say never, as you said. So I would like to bring on to the fact that God is known as like an omnipotent, omnipresent being, in a sense. And who's to say that isn't the universe itself? The universe is everywhere. Everything is in the universe. And the universe has infinite knowledge because it is, in fact, the universe. And with God himself being a humanistic figure, that is humans' implication into trying to comprehend what God / the universe really is. Because our brains can only really comprehend humanistic figures, bipedal figures being the heavy thinkers of the group, if that makes sense. So God has to be a bipedal human, and since Christianity was founded by white people, he's white. That's just how human works.
Christianity was all right. All right. First, I need you to define white person, and second, how do you define people in Galilee as white?
Well, okay. Let me back up on that. Christianity
Yeah.
was made popular and spreaded in a forceful way by white people. If that
No,
makes
it was spread by Jews in what was the name? Galilee, right? What was the name of the city where all of Jesus's first followers were Aramaic speaking? Please.
The only thing that comes to my mind is Jerusalem.
Yeah, right. So we both have some history to learn.
Of course.
But no, the original followers of Christ were not white. Again, white is not even really a thing. We are all African. We all emerged from Africa, right? And
yes,
and as we move north and south of the equator, we lose the need for pigmentation in our skin.
Due to the yes.
I am an African. I know I don't look it, but I am an African. So are you. So is everyone else that is a Homo sapien, right? But white is just a
coined term by humanity.
It's a way to separate us, to segregate us. It's a way to pit ourselves against each other. Yeah. Well, I'm white and you're black and blah 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 blah. It's just ultimately we are
human race.
We are in a class struggle. We are the masses against the bourgeoisie, right? The economic royalists, and again, not a conversation for tonight.
Of course.
I'm sorry to digress. Please continue.
Okay, so if I may, back on to God is the universe. Like in the Bible, it said he spent 7 days. We don't know what that 7 days is because it could be in a different time reference than what we think 7 days is. It could have been 7 billion years. It could have been how many amount of years. But who's to say that he wasn't developing himself to become the universe, to keep his children in the universe themselves, and then sent his own son, Jesus, to spread the word of the creator, basically the universe, then to what am I trying to say here? To basically like spread awareness of the universe itself, but in the form of this is God, because God encompasses all. God brings the good to the evil, basically balances it itself all out.
Do you have a pen and paper in front of you right now? Please tell me you do.
No, all of this is coming off the top of my head.
I want to give you some things to look up that are gonna blow your minds. Can you take notes? Can you please take notes? Okay. One is a very silly one. Okay.
Okay. I love silly.
I promise you will be entertained. If you have access to Netflix, look up Warrior Nun. It's a show.
Nun. Okay.
Warrior Nun. It is hilarious. It is awful. And it's the best show. It's the worst show and the best show at the same time.
Okay, I like that.
I promise you will be entertained. Okay, the next one is a serious suggestion.
Okay.
There's a movie on YouTube. Everyone can watch it for free. I'm assuming you have access to YouTube. I don't know what country you're in, but
no, I'm in the United States. I'm good.
The movie is called The Man from Earth. 2007 remaster or remaster. It was remade and set again. Just they fixed the audio and the video. The Man from Earth. It is a fantastic dive into a philosophical conversation, and I can tell you will find it entertaining. I want you to watch it and report back to me. Okay?
Okay. I will definitely do that. Thank you for having me on.
Be well, my friends.
You as well. Bye bye.
Okay, Warrior Nun. Here's the idea. I'm going to spoil the first episode for everyone, but you're going to thank me later. There's an angel that's on Earth, and they have to give up their halo for some reason, and they give it to a human, and this human like puts it in their back. This is a woman, it's a nun, and they're blessed by the power of this halo. And they become a warrior against demons, and they fight evil, and they get mortally wounded. And the halo is extracted from the warrior nun's back, and it's stuck into the back of a young woman who was a quadriplegic, who was suffering in a nunnery, like a Catholic nunnery for years, and she was unalived. I don't want to spoil too much, but the halo is stuck in her back, and it brings her back to life, and she gains mobility, and it's the best show, and it's the worst show you'll ever see. I promise. I promise you will be entertained. Ah, my goodness. Okay. All right.
Yeah,
Floor is yours.
Let's try this again, because I didn't even get to my scientific arguments the last time.
I know. I'm sorry you bored me, but go ahead.
Well, this won't bore you. First question: do you consider yourself a man of science, or at least somebody who puts trust in the scientific method?
I respect the scientific method. Yes.
Okay, so I will just skip to the part that I think you would find reasonable to accept as scientific evidence, and these are three properties of the image on the shroud. The first is that it contains 3D information, and this is not the Vatican study group who discovered this. It was the Air Force. It was the Air Force of. I think that Jackson and Jumper are the two scientists who discovered this.
Let me ask you a question before you go any further. Can you please define confirmation bias to me?
That somebody would draw conclusions from information that he already believed were true.
Well, yeah, sort of, but there's a little more to it. So, for example, if I go on Google and I type in the Shroud of Turin, and I look at 100 articles that say, well, the Shroud of Turin is this and that, and it's real, and imaging, and blood, and blah, 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 blah. And there's 1,000 articles saying the Shroud of Turin is a hoax. Confirmation bias means that you would look at the 100 articles that say that it's true and ignore the 1,000 articles that say this is not true. Would you agree with that statement?
In the beginning, no. Eventually, yes, because you do get convinced of one side of the story more often.
Sorry, I'm bored again. That was so quick. It was record time. that might be a new record. All right. Show me what you got. You have 5 seconds to turn your microphone on. Are you there? Can anybody hear me? Oh, they disappeared. The OG. You're next. Hello.
Hello.
Show me what you got.
Yeah, man. So you believe in the Bible, right?
I believe the Bible exists, yes.
All right. So you know in tune with the King James Version, or you believe in the King James Version, or what?
I believe that the Bible has been written, rewritten, augmented, edited, changed, translated, retranslated, 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 and retranslated.
Okay. Um, well, I believe it is a difference between translation and transliteration. Yeah, son. But
I'm
I
I'm s-
believe
I'm so
I
sorry,
be
but I really don't want to be rude, but I'm finding your accent hard to. Please speak a little slower, and I'll try to follow.
oh sorry, I'm from Trinidad by the way.
Welcome from Trinidad. I don't mean to be disrespectful. I'm just having a hard time understanding you.
Oh, okay. Well, let me talk to you in proper English so you can understand me, right?
Thank you.
So in the book of Genesis, right, they say God created the heaven and the earth, right?
That's what the claim is in the Bible. Yes, I agree. That's the claim.
Well, God is not actually the supreme God. He is actually the angels, the God. The gods, God created the heaven and the earth. The angels created the heaven and the earth, right?
But how do you know this?
Because God means magistrate.
Okay. And why is that relevant? Why does that matter?
Well, we all know that
Oh, I'm sorry.
Christianity God.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but people in the chat, please stop spamming crosses or I'm going to boot you forever. You have to stop spamming immediately.
Yeah. So you see this cross that Christianity has created, this cross, that has come from the Ankh, right? The African symbol, the Ankh. That is the ancient African symbol they used to create the cross. And Jesus Christ did not die on the cross.
Last
You
warning, you
understand?
stop spamming that shit or I'm going to boot you forever.
This guy is Satan.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so the Christianity cross actually, you know what the Christianity cross represents?
Yeah, a Roman torture tool.
Actually, that is a homosexual symbol. It is actually a homosexual symbol. That cross that Christianity portray Christianity to be. Yeah. Because the ankh is actually the symbol of life. Yeah, son. And the bottom part of the cross is represent the male testicles. And the part that goes across, that is represents the seed, the children of the man.
Hi everyone. Please stand by. I have a few accounts to block. Oh yeah, we got all kinds of my usernames and user blah blah blah. And who else do we have here? Emilio block. Chelsea, where are you? I need help. I can only block so many in a minute. Block, block, block. I love blocking accounts. It's one of my favorite parts of the day. Wow, we triggered somebody. Oh my goodness. We triggered somebody so hard. This is fun. Yes, I'm having fun. We're having fun. Blocking accounts. Yeah, we're gonna block that one too. Oh, they have one follower. Gee. I'm sorry, everyone. Please stand by. I have many accounts to block. Block, block. Block, 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 block. Mm. 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 Oh, yep, 0 followers. All right, I'm going to bring in another guest. Oh, there's Chelsea, help me.
What the hell did I miss?
We've been targeted
By what?
by
Oh, sorry if
these
I interrupt.
scammers. Oh no, you're good. All right, it's your turn. You're up. What's on your mind? Show me what you got.
Okay, thank you. First, I gonna apologize for my bad English. I'm from Serbia and I'm member of Orthodox Church. I'm not scientist. I'm not theologian or priest. I'm soldier. First of all, the gods and the faith. I speak about Orthodox faith, Serbian or Greek or Russian. It's not. God is made for love. In our church, priests are talking about love, about unity of people. It's not necessary who is from where. I don't think so. You spoke that we are from Africa. I don't think so. In Bible, in one story, it says that all people on the world once in that back days speak one language. When they start to make conflict between them about building of some city, God decided to move them to other sides of the world and make them their own languages so they can't understand each other. You know, God give us a free will to decide what we can do or can't do. You understand me?
I understand you, but I don't agree with you.
Why?
Well, first of all, when we examine DNA and genome sequencing, it's reasonable to conclude that all of us, Homo sapiens, did originate from Africa, the continent of Africa. We are a sub-Saharan plains dwelling species that evolved in Africa, and then through a long process of evolution, we eventually left Africa. We went into Eurasia, and Europe, and Asia, and Turkey, right? Well, that's Eurasia. North America, Australia. We wrapped the world eventually. It took a long time. It took a long time for the African Homo sapiens to grow out of Africa.
The oldest human tooth in a city was just found in Turkey. It's amazing.
And
you know that Serbian symbols and Serbian Telerik language was found in so many other countries that are so far away from Serbia. You know, Serbia is on the Balkan, in South Europe. That is a small country.
Can I say one more thing though? Because you said that we have free will, but I would argue against saying that I don't think that we do have free will.
Why?
I believe that we are just completely controlled by emotion, hormone, electrical impulses in our brain that were designed and laid out from childhood. We aren't controlling our actions. You don't have control whether you're angry or sad. You don't have control whether you have tears. You don't
Yes, you can.
You don't control your heartbeat. You don't control.
You don't control your beliefs.
Okay.
You don't choose your
just
beliefs,
1 second.
do you?
Do you choose to believe your God?
I believe in God. Of course, I believe.
But you
choose to believe.
Okay. Yes, I choose to believe. You don't have to believe in God. Nobody will torture you to believe the God or beaten you. I don't know. Listen here.
That's
if
not
you
what
don't
we
have
mean.
emotion,
Right, but that's not what we're saying.
Listen, if you don't have emotions, if you don't have all that enzymes in your brain, I
do you
believe that.
believe? Do you believe that gravity is real?
No, my Nikola Tesla said that is how to say it, magnetical force.
What is gravity? Can you describe gravity to us, please?
Gravity. Isaac Newton says that the gravity is some force in middle of the earth that pull or other things to the ground. But I don't think so. I think that the earth have electromagnetical force field that pushing from up to the ground. That is not important.
All right. Yes, it is fundamentally important. Do you see this? Do you see what I'm holding right now?
Yeah.
This is a physics textbook.
Okay.
It's not a secret. Anybody can buy one of these, and I recommend that you do. I think you have a lot to learn from a basic physics textbook.
Okay, I was pointing that. Who told you all that things? Nikola Tesla.
And we're done. Gravity's not real.
We were getting into why do you trust the people in the book? That's what he was going to ask next. Why do you trust the people that wrote the book about the gravity? No, that's not how this works. We don't trust the people in the book. People have a hard concept that science is never proven.
Hello.
Everyone is trying to prove science wrong.
Yeah.
Why would
Hi.
you prove science
Welcome.
wrong?
What's on your minds? Show me what you got.
Okay. First of all, across the board, we're talking about the previous Caucasian and African history. We have always found that there have been a belief system, whereas we're speaking about different gods or a singular god or even societies and civilizations that have praised even the ocean, rocks, the sun god, things of that nature. There's always been a belief of divinity in all civilizations, and even uncivilized people.
Will you bring me back in 3 seconds?
There's always been divinity. Now, I say this because I say that because there is you say that God doesn't exist. Are you speaking about a singular God or the thought process that there is an exterior God or a existence that is all powerful and things of that nature?
So I've never said that God does not exist. That's making a positive claim, and I don't make the positive claim that God does not exist.
Okay, so really and truly with me, I believe that there is a God, and that there is a God all around us, and there is a God within us that exists and that is always present.
So what are the parameters of God? How do you define God? And please prove to me that this God exists.
Well, I define God as
God just was here and bringing me presents.
sorry, that's my son. Sorry for that. So I think God is a representation of our spirit, of our really and truly, my representation of God is love within the humankind and the connection that brings us together. That is a definition of God in a way. But that's why I asked you what definition of what is your definition of God, because it states proves to me that God exists.
Well, I don't have a definition because I don't believe. So I need you to define and quantify.
Okay, well, Well, I can understand where you're coming from there. Okay. If you're looking for God in a sense, I think you would first have to look within and not look external, because there's science around us that proves
Did you find Lisa?
that humankind as a whole derives from one genetic code.
To be clear,
So
I'm
that
thinking
comes
about
back
getting a
to
tattoo.
Genesis, whereas there was Adam and Eve. Science proves that there is one genetic code that that produced the entire planet.
I want to
So
ask the question, the little girl's question. I want to ask if two people made all of the people on the planet,
go on.
who? All right, so listen, if Adam and Eve made the first two people on the planet, right? Were they the first two people? Did God make more people after that, or did the two people make all of the people? That's important to know.
Okay, first and foremost, you have to understand something, that the world people believe that the the human species is much older than it actually is.
Right,
If
but
you look back
wait, did God make two people and then everyone else came from those two people?
scientifically, it has been proven. So yes,
Okay, so that's the question. So, if Adam and Eve in the Bible it says that their son left to marry a girl the next town over. Who was that?
well, honestly speaking, that could have been
sister.
It could have been a sister, because there is proof of
But that's not what it says. It doesn't say it's his sister.
It doesn't necessarily have to say it's a sister, though. What the Bible is really for is to teach
But it said he had to
humankind.
leave. It said he had to leave his town to find a wife.
I mean, first of all, they were kicked out of the Garden of Eden, so really and truly, they had to leave. The only thing that was around them was barren land, other than the Garden of Eden, because this was the beginning. This is when God created the birds, and the birds were what really
So
spread.
if Adam and Eve were the first two people, why was there slavery?
Why was there slavery? Because there was people lost their. Okay, if you look back and you read the books of the Moors,
But
and
wouldn't it
you
be their
read books.
grandchildren?
Pardon?
Wouldn't it be their grandchildren?
I mean, great grand, great grand. But
Yeah. Do you think it's okay? Do you think it's okay to enslave your cousin?
in all actuality, realistically speaking, right? Slavery, not to be offensive in any shape, way, or form.
Oh no offense could possibly be taken by defending slavery. Are you about to defend slavery?
No. Listen to me, and listen to me
I'm
carefully.
trying to.
Listen to me. In such a period of time, there was no true method of compensation. There were only goats, dogs. Goats,
Right, but keeping someone
cows. There wasn't
against
real
their will,
methods of
not giving them.
compensation for you to say, "Hey, I'll give you this if you work for a day or 2 days or a week or a year."
Are you about to defend slavery?
I am not about to defend slavery. She asked me a question. Hey, why were they enslaved?
Yeah.
Now the reason if you go back to the Book of the Moors and the Egyptians and things of that nature, when a civilization loses their way, or rather loses their god, or diverges from the
All right, I'm bored. I need proof.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Were we really about to defend slavery?
I don't want some navel gazing about what you think the origin of life is and Adam and Eve and blah 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 blah. I want you to find God and prove they exist.
I
Hi,
want to.
show me what you got.
Hello, guys. I want to return that Adam and Eve. I mean, like, if you look, no, China, there's how big the population is, and I was thinking the world is so small. But when this COVID started, I felt for first time world is so small. Then you know, like, let's say it could be possible just from Adam and Eve. The world was, getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, and the possibility is for 100% that brother was married and a sister long time. Yeah, I mean in
Let me
past,
ask you a
right?
question. Let me
Yes,
ask you a question.
yes. Come ahead.
Do you realize that Adam and Eve is a fictitious story that never existed and it's completely made up? It's fake. It's not real.
Yeah, but how can we buy that concept, that kind of explanation that is all fake? I mean, if you have those Muslims, that is half of the world almost, they believe that. You have the Christians, they
Wait, but
believe
just
that.
because people believe
Jews,
something doesn't mean it's true. We
I
Yeah,
have
what
mean,
the
there
bones.
there
We
there
have
are
the
one
fossils.
there are 1.4 billion Hindus in the world. Does that mean Brahman exists?
yeah, but if you compare from those other peoples that they believe, they are not really
Oh,
much.
so then their gods are wrong. So
Yeah.
now we're going on feelings. So then we're not going on epistemology. We're just going on feelings.
I mean, like, listen, the religion has created too much problems, like with each other. We don't like each other. We fight each other.
But once again, so then we're
But
not going on epistemology. We're going on feelings. So that you feel that you're right and they're wrong. So then we're not going on fact anymore. It's only feelings now.
it's for me, it's a very, like, I don't see this kind of concept to say to anybody's religion that your religion is wrong, because I kind of just don't have that right, even if I know that religion is wrong. I mean, like, I do believe that God is a
Even if the
force.
religion is wrong.
Do you think Mormonism is right? Do you think
Uh,
Hinduism is right? Do you think
I
Judaism is
just,
right?
I
Do you
just,
think
I just,
Jainism
I
is
just
right?
cannot, I just cannot tell to them anything bad
But
about
why
them
not? Why
religion.
can't
No, I
you?
cannot.
Why can't
It's
you
not
say
my.
one way or another?
Because I don't think I do have my rights to define that, to say to them anything like that. So,
All
but
right, I'm going
what
to
I
give you
mean,
30 more. I'm going to give you a minute tops to prove your God exists. Go.
listen, God is a force. And if we see that we can live with each other's blood and whatever we need, right?
Can you?
With
But
hearts
shouldn't you
and
be able to
parts and
measure a
everything.
force?
Yeah, the measure force is God is everywhere. God is only one. It cannot be two gods, because then you have war. There is only one God that created everything.
Once
That's my
So
again,
belief.
does
Yeah,
Hanuman exist?
Hanuman.
the
I
monkey
don't.
god.
Does
I don't
Ra
know.
exist?
I don't know. That is first time I'm
Does
listening those kind of
does
religions.
Thor exist?
I'm listening those religion for first time, guys. I will be listening
Does
at you for
does
somebody
Yahweh
else.
exist?
Okay, guys, I will be listening at you. So
All right.
I go
Lisa.
down. Okay, thank you very much, guys.
What
Yeah,
about
it's all
Lisa
good,
and
man.
Luna?
Thank you.
the the questions aren't meant to be mean. They're meant to illustrate how little some people know. And that's not a bad thing. To show someone's ignorance is to give them an opportunity to learn. There are thousands and thousands of gods that have been proposed and believed in and known to be true. You know your God to be true. So what would it take for you to convince me to know your God is true? And
So
I'm
we got to remind everybody, it does take 1,000 followers if you want to join. It's not an us rule, it's a TikTok rule. Don't be mad at us, be mad at TikTok. You got to do the work to get in. I'm so sorry.
Hey,
So
we've got 340 something followers.
I
All right,
see it. Let's do it, man.
here's an opportunity to gain
Duh.
some followers
If
and
it's
be a
not
good
Lisa or Luna, I'm going to be
and
mad at you.
be a good person. Okay, here we go. This is what we call a follower dump. If you have fewer than 1,000 followers, then I want you to type in chat the following words. Leaf be upon her. Leaf be upon her. Everyone, follow the leaf be upon her.
Couldn't it just been belief?
Nah. Leaf be upon her. Leaf be upon her. Everyone, follow the leaf be upon hers. And we can elevate the conversation. We can gain a few followers, right? So I remember how hard it was for me to gain 1,000 followers. I struggled. So everyone, please follow the leaf be upon her. Follow, and we will bring people into the conversation.
Can you show the baby Luna again?
Yes. It's so adorable.
It's so cute. Her little rainbow afro makes me so happy.
She looks like she's crying.
She's not crying, she's just sad she's not a big giraffe.
Leaf be upon her.
Alright, I'm consistently going to start working on baby Luna and Lisa together. It's gonna be some work. I don't know how I'm gonna translate that into communication, because like getting 2, like you can't put the number 2 and translate that as an actual number.
Yeah.
Writing the word 2 wants to make it a word. Oh, so no emergency, by the way. My mother has short-term memory loss and currently is in Texas and forgot that there is a time change.
Oh.
There's a time difference.
Oops.
And I was like, Mommy, what's wrong? She was like, oh, it's 11, that's right. Hi. I'm like, Mommy.
So we've got 3 or 4 more guests in the queue right now. I am running out of steam, and no one has proven God exists. So I might be hanging on to this $1 trillion coin.
15 minutes?
Yeah, tops.
I'm feeling spacey.
But this has been fun. Yeah, we can go back to space. We can go to our safe space in space.
I miss Lisa.
But I want to take at least the 4 current guests waiting
can you put up
patiently.
The Lisa in with the ring? No. The one where she's traveling through. I put in a ring. You asked me how she got through back into our universe. I made sure I got that for you.
So can I ask you a question?
Please. Yeah.
Is it this one?
No. Hold
on.
Yeah.
We're just being silly. Please, yes, go ahead.
Yeah, that's amazing. Anyway, so do you believe in like other universe?
I'm not answering questions. You're telling me how God exists.
Well, it's going to be based on this.
It's
so
this one amazing.
You're science or a scientist, right?
No, I'm not a scientist. I'm a dum-dum.
We're not answering questions.
No, you're not. You never pledged to be like not to believe in God. Swear onto science for the rest of my life.
No, we desperately want to believe in God.
Well,
all right, let me put it this way. Let me put it this way. I have yet to see sufficient evidence to warrant a belief in God. If you have evidence to warrant a belief in God, then I am, please, all ears.
So you believe in the force of evil?
No.
So you don't believe in Satan either?
Correct.
Nope.
So
do you? What evidence do you have to warrant a belief in Satan?
For me, I don't think
like break it down super simple, like 3rd grade level for me. Go ahead.
I don't think he really exists. I just believe the people is put, because it's like yin and yang. People is like, they want to create this good force, and it's God, and you have something to fight against God. You create Satan. And he's there, and like Satan's there because of people believe.
Do you believe Santa Claus is there?
I was just gonna say, so an imaginary friend needed an imaginary enemy?
But we have evidence to believe in Santa Claus. We have cookies and milk and stockings and chimneys, right? That's evidence to believe in Santa, right?
So they got their Bibles, and they got their satanic Bibles, church and followers and people like that, and some of them has what you call
You
it.
need to look up the Satanic Temple, my friend. They do not
No,
believe in Satan.
no, I do not.
So there's two types
No.
of Satanists.
Yeah.
Two. One
Two different.
literally believes that Satan is their deity, whatever, blah, blah, blah. The second, the most important point is that Satanism is a refutation to Christian theology, right? Like, I'm an atheist, but I'm going to use the idea of Satan to show you how silly your ideas are, right?
Okay, go ahead.
So, first of all, I challenge you to look up the 7 tenets of Satanism and show me how they are worse or better than the 10 commandments from the Bible. In my opinion, the 7 tenets of the Satanic Temple or the Satanic Church are profoundly better moral codes to live by than what? Thou shalt have no God before me. Don't covet thy neighbor's wife. What's the other really, really silly one? I mean, there are some silly Christian beliefs.
How about we can't touch the skin of a dead pig? There goes football.
Right?
No
What is
mixed
this? Thou shalt not
fabrics.
kill. Somebody's trying to hurt you, and the only act of force is to get rid of the person entirely. Isn't that the right decision?
Oh, but that's just whataboutism. I want to talk about the details. I want to talk about why on earth didn't God make one of the 10 commandments, thou shalt not own people as property? Why not? Why not? Why didn't he make that a commandment? Thou shalt not own people as property. I think that is a profoundly better commandment than thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's booty. Don't you?
Yeah, well, I agree with that.
So, if you agree with me, then we can both agree that the Bible can be improved upon. So, is the Bible perfect? Do you think that the Bible is perfect as it is written now?
Oh, the Bible is more like a bedtime story you tell kids, like to give them false.
All right, let me ask you a question. Would you allow me to read any Bible story to your children of my choice?
Probably, yeah, of course.
Yeah? Have you read the story of Lot? Have you read the story of Noah? Do you know how many innocent children God has unalived? Do you know the story of the Passover? My goodness, my dude. The Bible is full of horror.
Yeah, like a sacrificial thing. I know, like, if you're that great of a God, why would you want me to sacrifice onto kids and stuff like that? You flood the earth, you kill so many innocent people, and
Yeah. So trust me when I say
Brian, you just don't get it.
I just don't. Obviously I don't. So let me again. Read the 7 tenets of the Satanic Temple and tell me that's not better, infinitely better than the 10 commandments of the Bible. I'm going to move on. Come back again. I've got a few more guests I want to get to. I'm running out of steam quick. So,
we need to get back to space where it's safe. We need to get back to Lisa.
I know. We're going to go quick here. Rapid fire here.
I just sent you the space portal. It's the I believe that this is the portal in which Lisa entered our galaxy. I'm still doing studies. But
I got it.
What is the ring which they pass through, Brian?
8.
What is it?
It's all right. So for everyone who doesn't understand at all what we're talking about, Chelsea and I are watching probably my favorite show of all time, which is called The Expanse.
Someone said I was unfunny. It's rude.
Chelsea, you make my heart laugh every day.
Good.
Fuck them.
Good.
The Expanse is one of the best shows ever created, and if you are a sci-fi fan or nerd at all, I promise you will enjoy The Expanse. And that's where we're going after this live. We're going to watch The Expanse and forget about all of you.
Please tell me you appreciate the brown in the hole of the...
What is that? My old man eyes can't see.
I'm sorry, what?
Hello, show us what you got.
His name is Thank You.
Hey, hello.
Hi, welcome. What you got?
Thank you for accepting the the request. Well,
You're welcome. What you got?
first of all, I will want to say that to prove that God exists is gonna be like a really really hard thing, right? Because number one, that's why it's called belief. Because once you believe, you cannot prove.
Well,
What you
shouldn't it
can
be
prove,
the
then
easiest thing in the world? If God exists, why is it so hard? Why is it impossible to prove God's existence? Why shouldn't it be the easiest thing in the world?
yeah. Because if you are asking for proof, take for example, you want um something concrete, something that you can understand stuff. But we can all
Yeah.
agree that there is a source to everything. Maybe you might not know the source, but it doesn't
So
mean it doesn't exist. Like for
so
instance,
we can send a rocket with humans to the moon with Newtonian physics alone. We figured that shit out. That wasn't easy, but it is infinitely easier than proving a God's existence. So if God exists, and if God wants us to believe in them, why is it the hardest thing in the world to prove?
that's what I'm saying. If you want to go with that notion, take for instance, can you prove, like for example, like the wind? Because what you may call the windstorm may also not
Wait, you
not
mean
or
like a bird's wing?
no, like a breeze, like air,
Oh, we're
like when
going
the
back to
when
the
when
winds?
the
Really?
wind,
Right, but you can see when it's so
yeah,
cold that you
you,
can
you can
breathe out and
see
see
it.
your breath.
You cannot see the wind when it
Yes, we
blows,
can
but
see the
you
winds.
feel it, right? So it's
Can
the
you
My
same
see
thing with
dude,
people.
my
can
dude,
you see
my
a
dude.
cloud that is
I am a sailor. I have sailed halfway
stop.
around the world. I can see the wind on the water. I can see the effects before it hits the boat.
You
I know how
you
to
don't
adjust my
see
sails to the winds that I
don't
can't
see the
even
wind.
see because I can see
No,
it.
you cannot see the wind. You cannot see it, but you can feel it and you can feel the impact.
Did he just say you
That's how
can't see
people know
fog?
guys did. You can
Okay, now can you see the
I
little
can't.
brown spot in the ring? Oh my god, Brian. Brian,
I'm telling you, these old eyes are getting bad. I can't tell if it's a hot dog or a turd.
what do you think?
Is it the Rocinante? No, it's
No,
not the
sir.
Rocinante.
No, sir. It was the latter.
It was the. It was. Is it a poop? Did you put a?
How dare you
Did
assume
you?
that Lisa would make such a mess?
Uh. All right, you're up. What's on your minds? Show us what you got.
Uh, Hello.
Yeah. Hi. What you got?
Hope. Okay. So for me, I think that the question somehow is a little bit tough, but in another hand, it's not tough because, for example, I have heard you say that you are an atheist, right?
Correct.
Okay. So what does it mean, atheist? Atheist means the a.
I'm sorry.
Okay,
I'm
so
not answering
yeah,
questions right
no
now.
let me talk. I'm not asking a question. I'm going. Yeah. Can I talk, please? Okay. So, atheist is if someone says I am a atheist, it is someone who say he is not without God. How can you take something? How can you believe in something that you ignore? How can you take ignorance as a knowledge? Do you get me?
Do you believe that there is a teapot orbiting around the moon right now?
What?
Let me ask you a question. Do you believe that there is a teapot orbiting
Yeah.
the moon right now?
Yeah.
You do believe that there is a teapot orbiting the moon right now.
Yeah.
So you are a teapotist.
No, no, it's different.
Oh, it's different.
No, it is. I say I atheist. Atheist. The A is a privation, right? So where I want to come is first.
I'm sorry. I am out of energy for that tonight. Try again another night. I promise you that I will have more patience on another night, but not tonight. All right, you're my seconds to last guest. Are
Okay,
you
don't interrupt
ready
me, please.
to
I want to ask.
convince me that God exists?
Okay, don't interrupt me, please. You know how the
Please,
Earth
please
is flat?
speak into your microphone. I can't hear you.
Okay. Wait.
Yeah, speak directly into your microphone. You're very soft.
Do you hear me now?
Yes, thank you. Go ahead.
Yes. Okay. So basically the conclusion is, how can something be created from nothing, right? So you have to have a independent being. Yeah, can you
Well,
agree?
I need more evidence, but go ahead.
So basically the concept is there can be something from nothing. So the Big Bang can be created from nothing.
I can't hear you. You have to speak directly into your microphone.
Okay, you know how the Earth is flat? Did you know that? You know the Earth is flat, right?
The Earth is not flat.
Can you? No, the Earth is flat because in the Bible it says it's flat.
Do
No,
you
really,
believe? Do you
yeah.
believe that if you want to sell your daughter, you should fetch a fair price? The Bible says that.
I didn't read the Bible.
You didn't read. All right, you're gone. I don't have
No,
time for this.
wait.
No. Maybe another time, but not tonight. And that's it. Our last guest disappeared. That's okay. I don't have any more patience. My patience has runneth dry. And I still have the coin. It's mine. It's still mine. Chelsea, are you there? Chelsea, are you there?
Always.
I want to thank you.
I was sending you the picture of the teapot in space.
Oh, cool.
You want to see it?
Yeah, of course I want to see it. Thank you, everyone, for being part of tonight's endeavor. For those of you who joined and attempted, you will forever be in my heart. And for those of you who weren't able to join, well, I want to help you as much as I can to get 1,000 followers so that you can share what's on your mind. I think it's safe to say that Chelsea and I appreciate you all, and
So
we want to hear
much.
from you.
We love you guys.
We are all on this organic spaceship together. It is our endeavor to understand it and to make the best of it. And we are all brothers and sisters in this struggle to understand reality.
We have
Some of
no
you,
choice but to.
we have no choice.
But to exist on this flying wet rock through space.
Some of you have some really wacky ideas. Okay? Really, really wacky ideas. But we still appreciate you. We think your ideas are wacky, but we still appreciate you. It's important to give people respect. But ideas do not deserve respect. Ideas are meant to be challenged and pushed and examined and compared to reality. That is our endeavor. So, if you want us to believe in your wacky ideas, then you need to convince us. If you think you're right, then I want you to convince me. But as a believer, you have the burden of proof. I will forever be skeptical. Chelsea and I will forever be skeptical.
Nope, I
To
believe in Lisa
all.
now.
Yeah. All right, you get out of here.
Wait, no. Teapot. See, we have
Teapot.
proof now. We know it exists. We know these things exist. We have photos.
Have you sent it to me yet? I don't see it.
Oh.
I'm sorry, Jordan. I'm not taking any more guests tonight. No more guests. Try again tomorrow or the day after, whenever I'm on next. This is our closing dialogue.
I think your
There it
phone's
is.
doing that. I was like, I think your phone's doing that thing. I sent it in both. For those that don't know, I secretly sneak off planet as a photographer and take pictures of Lisa. I am also a real life photographer and take pictures on this planet. So if you didn't know, I found the teapot, so it does exist. For those that weren't sure.
Russell's Teapot. I promise, if any of you listening right now have never heard of Russell's Teapot, it is a profoundly important mental exercise to realize what Russell's Teapot means. And if if you don't get it, fine. Come to me later. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about these things. All right, Chelsea, final thoughts. I'm going to close it down. Final thoughts.
I think that there's probably some kind of really cool mushroom, psilocybin, like extraterrestrial tea in the teapot, just waiting to make contact with Earth. It's probably sentient. It probably is, alive. It's where all life on this planet came from, obviously. So, can we talk about real quick, because I did it, and I want to see the poll when I leave. Why is saying God still loves you or Jesus loves you anyway offensive? Because do you have the results? Can you see it?
Text poll. Yeah, is Jesus loves you offensive? We had almost 53% saying yes, definitely, and 47% saying no. Why?
So let's explain why, because I think it's important. When someone comes to you and says, well, Thor loves you anyway, it completely dismisses your God and your beliefs and says, even though you're wrong, we'll love you anyway. But it completely dismisses how they feel in their beliefs. So it's continuing to push your beliefs, even if you think you're doing a nice thing. It can be extremely offensive to people. If someone walked around saying, Satan loves you, people would really have a problem. Like, if you walked around all day being like, Satan loves you anyway, Satan's a good person, Satan loves you, people would have a mental breakdown. But it's become common in our society, And people think it's just fine to continue to say Jesus loves you. But it is continuously misunderstood as a common courtesy kindness.
Yeah. Brahman loves you. Buddha loves you. Hanuman loves you. Ra loves you. What, you don't believe in Ra? Well, what do you mean that's offensive to you? What do you mean Yahweh is the only God? What do you mean that Muhammad is offended by that? Why don't you believe in Ra? Why don't you believe in Hanuman? There are thousands of gods that you don't believe in. We are all atheists. We are. You, my fellow believer, do not believe in all of the other gods, except for the one or whatever that you believe in. We share a disbelief in all of the gods, except the one. Except the one, your true God. You believe in your true God. And I don't. Chelsea doesn't.
You just gotta believe.
You just gotta believe.
You just gotta believe harder, Brian.
All right, that's it, right? Anything else?
Worship baby Luna. I don't know, she's adorable.
All right, one last look, because she is absolutely...
Oh, I know. Isn't she just the freaking cutest? I can't wait. No, this is my newfound mission in life. I can't wait to create more baby Luna. I know, I'm so excited. Look at those eyes. Like, ah. And the little
What have you done to
ear.
us? What have you done to us all? What could go wrong?
What could go wrong?
All right, Chelsea, wrap it up so I can close the live tonight.
I don't know. Let's just go back to space where it's safe. We're gonna go feed Luna and Lisa space leaves, and I don't know. Believe harder, people. Go touch some grass and leaves. Ramen.
I hope most of you got something out of this tonight. Whether it be a laugh, a chuckle, a grunt, anything. As long as we made you think or whatever. That was my endeavor. Thank you, Chelsea. Forever, thank you. My favorite co-host and compadre on this internet madness. Yeah, be well. Be well. That's all I can say. Good night, everyone. Do your best. Go touch some grass. Get off TikTok. Read a friggin' book. All right. Until next time. Good night.